What's happening? Benson here. Insert Psalm 23 here. About that. I'm trying to do this without it becoming a superstition. It's working for me, though, affirmationally. The most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational energy is my shepherd and my essence. It's the only thing about me that's real in this place. Sidestepping questions, what would it even mean? What would I or me even mean? Benton shall not want. My very nature maketh me to lie down in green pastures. It leadeth me beside the still waters. My very nature restoreth my soul. It leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for its name's sake. Yea, though Benton walks through the valley of the shadow of death, Benton will fear no evil. For the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational energy is with Benton. Its rod and its staff comfort Benton. It prepares the table before Benton in the presence of Benton's enemies. It anointeth his head with oil. Benton's cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow Benton all the days of his life. And he will dwell in the house of the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational energy forever. How about that? Getting a little specific, running into some legalese and some. Oh, but tell me again how the English language is not very confusing and fraught with peril. Tell me again. Shout out to our viewer. Please don't leave. Seems like in the past, if I noted one or two and thanked them for being here, at least one would leave. So please don't leave. Please don't leave. One moment. Well, oh my God. Come on, people. Wake up. Wake up. I'm attempting to crawl my way out of the truck stop here, and it's hilarious watching some of these people. This car was pulling out of this fast food place next door, and I don't think they saw me. I think they were looking at their phone, but based on the way they were driving, they were starting to pull out so quick. I said, well, shit, I was going to go, and I'll just wait for them. And then they saw me and hesitated, because then I realized, oh, they didn't even know I was here. And I'm just sitting there waiting on them to go. Because a lot of times when people realize, oh, I have plenty of, some people do understand that a big rig is limited in acceleration and the ground it can cover. And some people will realize, oh, probably the trucker himself would prefer if I just went ahead and got the fuck out of the way. So I was pausing to allow that to happen. But remember, we're not driving, folks. We are doing whatever is necessary in the moment to be able to look at our screens and giggle at our feeds. By the way, I read the article yesterday, and certainly this has been in the testing phase for quite some time, but it's now official that big rigs with no human being in the cab are doing my job hauling freight from Dallas to Houston and back, round trips. Dallas, Fort Worth to Houston and back. And I love the people who will just immediately dismiss that and say, yeah, but what about this? Yeah, but what about when it snows? What about when it does this? What about when it does that? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the people who, set out to, at a business level, become involved in such endeavors, I'm almost certain that they know it snows and it rains and it gets windy, right? And sometimes, there's a pile up ahead and the interstate's closed for 2 hours. I'm pretty sure they know all about that. I'm going to go ahead and assume they've made allowances. Maybe the weather report. Maybe they will check the weather report. I don't know. Well, we're hitting the road perhaps a tad early. The Royal We, thank you for coming along. The company, unlike them, failed to give me a work assignment yesterday, and I went to sleep so comically early that generally once about the time I want to go to sleep, but it's still like 4 p.m. and I'm thinking about sleep. If the company hasn't contacted me, and usually they haven't, I'll send them a message. Hey, basically, I need an assignment, more or less. And failed to do that yesterday, and no message. But the self-driving truck, so I don't know what we're doing. So actually, with a 6 a.m. delivery and 4 hours of drive time, if I knew what my next assignment was, I might strategically have waited until maybe 1:30, another hour perhaps before leaving to manage my clock. Also, when properly identified with my own nature inside of myself, which, by the way, this is the technology, right? This is the technology that it has taken me many years, over 15 years, to develop this technology within myself. The technology of proper identification, which resolves many, if not most, if not virtually all of the so-called human condition. So I've got that going for me. And what I'm realizing is that as much as I would, part of my humanness, right, part of this human experience is that I would, want that for other people. And then also being set up for effectiveness, me personally, Benton would want other people who are able and willing to find and install and configure that technology and software within themselves, which I know it has to be, as long as that other person's essence is the same as my essence, right? Soul, nature, whatever we're calling it, then it would have to be possible. I'm realizing that if there are other installation means than a brute force attack, if y'all know anything about hacking and all of this, brute force, like cracking, right? I only know the brute force method, which is to beat the fuck out of myself, right? Literally and figuratively, over a period of many years. Then again, I discovered the technology within myself. However, smart, spiritual, practitioners supposedly of the past, Zen Buddhist types or whatever, bodhisattvas have written, all of this material, and I've read much of it, not all of it, but much of it. So clearly the informational side, that's like the manual, it's like, okay, well, there's a manual here, but then what are the methods to actually, the code still has to be installed at a certain point. What is that mechanism? And a lot of it for me was teaching myself various practices that would then, in the future, so 15 years ago, I was beginning the process of development such that every step along the way, when a new level was reached within myself, I was capable of grasping and operating on that level without certain things holding me back. So that's where we look about, that's where we get to the fundamental level. The foundational levels is until the foundation is prepared, step by step, brick by brick, in a progression. What human nature and also this realm, Moloch's machine, incentivizes and fools and directs humans into skipping the basics and the fundamentals and going headlong into sophistication, because after all, they are super intelligent because of marketing. They've been marketed to. Everybody more or less believes themselves to be not just intelligent or smart, very intelligent or smart. And that gets into, I forget the name. There's some concepts around that. In fact, it's like it creates an inverse where the people who believe themselves to be the most intelligent and capable, it's in fact their ability to show what they're able to do is the opposite. They are amongst the lowest performers. Right? And for myself, when I commit to an endeavor competitively, I've always required myself as much as I'm able to be one of the best performers. And typically, I'm able to meet that metric. Typically. In the past, that's changing to some extent based on the new technology whereby I'm properly identified within myself much of the time, every day. So part of that technology is Benton, prior to 3 weeks ago, in this true knowledge of self, would have already been sweating the small stuff around, first I would beat myself up a little bit in a way of, hey, you forgot to, you could have, again, back to effectiveness, well, you could have sent them a message yesterday. Yeah, I could have. And also, they could have realized, oh, Benton's delivering Sunday morning. We haven't given him an assignment. So that's a push, right? It's like, yeah, I could have, so could they. Arguably, it's more their job to give me the assignment than it is for me to remind them to give me an assignment. But then again, my own effectiveness and just built-in responsibility, I've sort of trained them in a way over time that if they do forget, when they remember, oh shit, I forgot. Oh, well, look, thankfully he's reminded me. Right. So probably I should not coddle them in that way. It's do your job, people, but not in an animosity, I'm angry way. But do your job, people. Now we're in the trucker hell of, for some reason, there's a four-wheeler going ever so slightly faster than me, but then occasionally slowing down. I can't pass them. And then pulling out to pass is the universal speed up symbol. So now it's just how slow do we go? See, they're already slowing down. I'm slowing down. They're already slowing. This is the people, by the way. 1:30 a.m. Well, 12:40 a.m. They're probably drunk, but pacing a big rig from in front. 59 miles an hour now. Will they continue, and could not pass them at 68? Will they continue to flee, or will they hang out? That is the question. Because I'm not living this way. I refuse. I resist. Now I could just say, well, through proper identification, but then at the level of effectiveness, that does increase the risk of a wreck, of an accident or a wreck. And it saps my resources because now I'm watching them like a hawk the entire time. And then the undiagnosed fake autism is like, hey, is this really all necessary that these people are behaving this way? Like, what, get with it, people. Just the, an overall existential dread being reminded, right? It's like, well, these people, okay, go ahead and sell me that bill of goods that one day people are going to rise up. Let them rise up. These people are not capable of rising up and defeating Moloch's machine. Sorry. First, the people must develop themselves to be capable of such a thing. And my assertion would be, in the course of such development, those individuals would realize, oh, well, actually, defeating the machine within the machine based on Kaczynskiism, shout out to Uncle Ted, that's not even the appropriate mechanism anyway, right? That's to approach the problem improper, to say, well, let's go within Moloch's machine, the system, the matrix, and we're going to reform it. We're going to brute force it and wrestle it to our will, right? That's a fantasy. And the people are not capable of that. Meaning tomorrow, if enough people were like, fuck this, we're fixing this, right? And began the process of organizing and problem solving and, giving commands in a military type structure, and we're going to do this mission, we're going to do that mission. These people lack the capabilities to do that. And furthermore, the corporate structure, by the way, now we have people following us at 59. Two cars have, because remember, they're taking the exit, right? Well, yeah, the exit's a mile and a half down the road, 2 miles. But yes, they're taking the exit, lest we forget. It's like, yeah, we're all taking the exit. And is that some sort of metaphor for this life as well? But yes, that applies to all of us. It's also not a reason to not pass a big rig going 59. So how in the world are these the people that could possibly act boldly and courageously enough to fix a dystopia, right? Because they prefer, now they would rather be going faster. They would rather that I was going 68. But choosing between 59 and 68, or choosing between rather 59 and going into the great uncertain unknown ahead, the road ahead, they say, well, here's a nice, comfortable, cozy spot where this 13.5-foot tall trailer, I can snuggle up to that. Now that's the blinders. They put the blinders on. So now if danger looms ahead, that's not their concern. They're not the ones who will deal with that. I will deal with that for them. See, they prefer that. That is an apt description of Moloch's machine, right? So yes, would many of the individuals prefer that Moloch's machine was metaphorically going 68? By the way, one of them passed me, and now all three of them passed me. Because see, we don't have leaders. We have followers, but then now the one leader says, wait a minute, they're done doing whatever they were doing on their phone. They look up and say, why am I going 59? They pull out and pass. Because remember, human consciousness cannot yet occupy the physical space and the cyberspace simultaneously. So they weren't physically here to drive. Then as soon as they pull out to pass, the other ones go behind them, and now they're all going to go 75. The exact same people who were lined up behind me going 59. Right. But the one leader finally came back to life, back to reality, right? A boomer's got to sing a song if a fucking song lyric comes in their head. And now they're up ahead, and they've already caught up to that car that I slowed down for to get them away from me. Now they're going to make a group up there. These are the people. Tell me again how they can, number one, force Moloch's machine into reformation, right? Because protesting isn't going to do it, clearly. So one way would be to have enough people say, well, we're not going to work until such conditions are met, right? Well, until a group stays home without being told, right? How's that possible? Who's going to be the one to boldly stride out into the great unknown and say, well, I'm not going to work till they fix all this? And there would be some version of just, walking around your town, or, going to the post office and running into somebody that you used to know and get to talking to them. They're like, oh, yeah, no, I don't work anymore. I refuse to work. And I'm on strike until things get fixed, in a way that would, if it doesn't work for me, I'm not doing it. And then, so the person's like, what the fuck are you talking about? The other person, they're like, oh, yeah, well, I'm not able to organize, a labor movement. All I control in this realm is, on some level is what do I do? So, no, I'm on strike, right? Meaning I refuse to participate. And over time, if enough people began to behave that way, there would be an effect. Eventually, there would be a large enough of a group that the people who are happy to follow the one car stacked up behind a big rig on an open road at 12:30 a.m., there would be enough leadership present to where those people, the strength in numbers herd mentality motherfuckers, would then be able to join up. However, let us not forget, Moloch's machine is designed nearly perfectly to manipulate individual humans based on the propensities of the individual humans. So built into the machine are mechanisms to thwart everything I just spoke on, right? So this is why I, in the past, have allowed myself to become so annoyed with the loop into problem solving. It's like, okay, I understand the intellectual side of the logical side of the solutions being proffered, but why have we skipped back past the basic fundamental levels of what I just described in the last 5 minutes. Because wouldn't that be the place to start? Because until that's accomplished, right, whatever solutions are being offered at the higher levels is beside the point. And in the time it might take to have happen what I'm saying must happen at the basic levels, what if the climate has changed at the higher levels? In fact, the problem solving of right now, by the time the lower layers are in place to actually act on some of this, by that time that happens, it's going to be different solutions. So it is like masturbatory on a level. It's like, and I hate to pick on Freedom Grower, but it's Freedom Grower and that Thomas Aquinas panelist. And by the way, for anybody who's not inside baseball, so-called truth community, a niche of a niche of a niche. If we do happen to attract a viewer from outside that space, I'm mentioning particular people who go on these panels over time, and some of these are content creators with their own channels who sometimes host panels of their own. Right? And then Jack Talcott is a phenomenon unto himself, certainly, also a content creator in the space. So pretty quick, it turns into some version of them all getting together on the old In a Yurt with Books channel. And it's just like a circle jerk of, sort of showing off the level of consciousness the person is able to exhibit. And I'm just sitting there watching it going, yeah, but what about what the people do on a daily basis? Like, what about if I show up to talk to them as a leader? Because by the way, if any of this ever actually started to happen, and my favorite part of all of this is when I'm gaslit, people try to say, it's already happening. It's just you haven't been told about it, Benton, because we're all communicating on these back channels and keeping, this idea of a secret militia. And then it's like, but you're not cool enough to join. It's like, well, I don't know what to tell you. I was the cool kid and the de facto leader of almost all of my peer groups growing up. So I'm pretty sure if this was a thing, I would have been invited by now. I'm almost certain of this, right? But yeah, please gaslight me. Oh no, we're really doing all of that. You're not cool enough to join. Maybe if you acted right, Benton, maybe we would invite you. Yeah, okay, sure. Not falling for that bullshit, but yeah, just in a thought experiment of me showing up to what initially would be 5 to 7 people, in a meeting room of some sort of meeting space, maybe at a library or whatever. And now I'm going to lead this meeting. See, I already know what those people are like. I already know where they're at spiritually, in their thought processes, in their programming. Like I've met the people. I've interacted with the people. I spent many years living out of a backpack, traveling the country, which forced me, whether I wanted to or not, to go interact with the people. And I was aware of that. I was aware that when I chose to transition out of a life of serving businesses and corporations, although, yes, I understand the irony potentially, or whatever we're calling it, of me saying all of this while literally engaged in commerce, piecework, 55 cents a mile, accruing, incurring tax liability, federal, and state income tax liability. I'm aware of this. And I was also aware when I transitioned to that lifestyle that I recognized my own propensity to isolate, right? Or self-isolate, whatever we're calling it. And I also realized that I would also realize simultaneously as all of this was happening, I because of meditation and because of, again, this is back to beating the fuck out of myself to install this technology that I've recently, fully am able to work with. Proper identification within myself with my own true nature, which is one with the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational energy. This was part of the beating the fuck out of myself. So 15 years ago or whatever, I was coming to the realization strategically, and I am a strategic thinker, that, I need to. So when I was first examining my belief systems, again, basic levels of coming to understand, and this was on the heels of beginning to take atomic iodine, by the way. This is in which supposedly begins the decalcification process of the pineal gland. Whether or not that's the case, I don't know. You know, the so-called third eye, the spiritual eye, whatever. All I know is I don't believe in coincidence, and that began the process that's led to today, right? Was that I became, you know, I was taking in information around conspiracies and you know, chemicals, and knock it off with the fluoride, and oh, you know, what does fluoride do? It supposedly, you know, calcifies the pineal gland. I was flooded with fluoride as a young person. You know, they had me brushing my teeth with a fluoride after brushing my teeth with toothpaste, fluoridated toothpaste. You know, we had in school, they passed out pink tablets and said, here, chew these, and then rinse your mouth, and whatever the pink spots are in your teeth or cavities, and we're going to send you to the dentist. Meanwhile, what was that? Sodium fluoride. Here, take the sodium fluoride, kids. You know, we're not able, we have more than we can put in the water, right? So we'll just pass them out to the school children. That's Moloch's machine, by the way. That's the horror of business, the horror of what you exist in within delusion, right? And one's delusion is playing tricks on them, you know. And I wanted to title it "Your Delusion is Playing Tricks on You," but it is, and so is mine, by the way, right? Because I at times also strongly identify with various aspects of this delusional realm. Right? Yeah, of course. Anyway, back to the pineal gland. So I was becoming aware while first just beginning to practice meditation. And I've always been fairly adept, even before formal meditation, at observing what's going on within me, right? But then a lot of repression. So simultaneously, I'm losing the ability to repress as much, right? Which is probably serendipitous because of various, you know, looking back on it, this was some version of a nervous breakdown or a mental health crisis. And I, by then, had studied systems enough through conspiracies and, you know, documentaries and reading my whole life and all of this to understand, well, if I go to the mental health system, all they're going to do is put me on meds, psych meds, head meds. I knew about myself. I'm not willing, you know, some of this probably, by the way, was getting a healthy dose of the anti-drug propaganda as a young person. But, you know, I knew that I was not willing to put myself through that. I'm just not going to be doped up, you know, and also understanding on some level the notion of, you know, the reason for the psych meds, a lot of that is to be able to work these corporate hellscape jobs. And also by this time I had my own experiences in some version of the movie Office Space, you know, years of trying to make it as a person without a college degree, but trying to make myself of something of myself in a white collar, you know, office world sense, right? Through IT, by the way. So as all of this is coming together, you know, and converging, you know, very basic. So I was coming to realize, oh, I believe all of these things, or more correctly, what I believe is proven through my actions, right? My actions have a lot to do with my thoughts and my emotions, of course. I've always been a fairly disciplined person when I choose to be. So the emotion, for me personally, the emotion's less important. But thoughts and emotions, you know, leading to action. So I began my own process of examining my own beliefs and then saying, well, why do I, and how does this serve me? Or more correctly, does this serve me? Because in the process of all this was also coming to realize, oh, I just assumed I was a so-called good person. Actually, based on my actions, I've created a bad person. So I realized, oh, I have the power. I have the power to then, over the next 6 months to a year, if 75% of the time I'm, through my own actions, creating a good person, right, then I will de facto become a good person. That I will be someone who, in an honest review of my actions, I will be able to say, yes, that's a good person. Right? Absolutely. Not just based on a delusional belief. Oh, well, of course I'm a good person. How could I not be? And how many people just take for granted, well, I'm a good person. Oh, really? Have you questioned that? They say question everything. How do you know? Well, you know, There's no answer for that. The person can't answer that because it's never been examined. Right. And how do I know that? Because I know what I used to be like. Now, and again, if I'm not talking to you, I'm not talking to you. If this doesn't apply to you and you're just like, hey, this is interesting, great. Or that's awesome. And I one day, perhaps I will master the pronouns and the language enough not to say you all the time. We're not there yet. The royal we. I am not there yet. Vincent's not there yet. The limitations of the broadcaster. Right. What up, VC? Cult shit. That's right, VC. Cult shit indeed. And the biggest cult of all is the corporate cult. The biggest cult of all is send Johnny and Susie off to public school to prepare the way, right? To prepare the way for corporate servitude, right? This is the biggest cult of all, and the cult of business, right? There's nothing in America that is not a business, right? So when I speak of technologies and proper identification, every thought that everyone has when they hear me say this will be, okay, how quickly can we put this into a business? How quickly can this become something I can buy with US dollars, Federal Reserve notes? How quickly can I verify its worth based on how much does the seminar cost? And I hope people realize I'm fully capable on one level of just spending a fucking year writing a seminar. I'm capable of performing a seminar and charging $1,500 and then engaging in marketing enough, probably pay a consultant to put butts in seats, 50 people in a room somewhere and $15 a head for I don't know, 2 to 3 day conference. But they're going to want something for their money. So hell, make it a week. Who cares? Right. Whatever works, whatever's clever. Whenever travel would be involved, whatever's the most convenient travel times, right? For folks who might want to travel to the conference, to the seminar, right? But except that spiritually, I've progressed beyond the point of being able to do that. Spiritually, I don't have the option of putting 30 to 50 people at $1,500 a head into a room somewhere and going up there and doing a bullshit performance that I know is a bullshit performance. And I'm almost certain that, yeah, some people do believe their own bullshit, but most of these folks, I would have to assume, understand on some level that it's just this is how they're making money. And there's people who want to pay $1,500 to sit in a bullshit performance because that becomes a proxy because they are not going to go inside themselves into their sphere of influence where their power lies and reckon with whatever needs to be reckoned with. They're not going to do that. They don't understand that they are operating based on what they're not willing to do. So, but the desire is there for growth and change and transformation and personal power. A Tony Robbins idea of personal power. So now here's a Tony Robbins, right? So go ahead and pay him money. Well, except I listened to his cassettes many years ago because my grandmother had picked them up at a yard sale. And then I read this book over here and I had these experiences and I took what was beneficial from all of these different various so-called self-development or self-help tools. And I made my own, I went into my sphere of influence and I worked with those tools. Right? There's no version of, I'm on a Tony Robbins course and I'm just going to do everything he prescribes and now I'm there. That does not exist. If it existed, it would be $1 million. If it existed, one would have to go into something like Scientology and work for 25 years serving the organization, right? This would be something that would be so valuable in US dollars that you could not just pay for a fucking cassette course, right? Yeah, everything's a business. Everything. There's nothing that's not a business, including you, by the way. In fact, you are a series of businesses. I don't mean you, VC. I mean the rhetorical you, right? The listener. And by the way, this is Moloch's machine. Moloch's machine did this to you. Your parents, who most likely had no idea that they were doing it to you because it was done to them, literal child sacrifice, but it's figurative, although it's also literal. It's both, right? It's both. It's ironic, actually. That's the definition of irony. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? So my technology that I've developed in myself is to be able to, over time, continue to access more of my power, which is only ever inside of myself, inside my own sphere of influence. So Moloch's machine, of course, via this child sacrifice. So your parents most likely had no idea they were sacrificing you as a child upon this altar of business, right? In part within Moloch's machine, a literal a blood sacrifice to a pagan deity. And this, I'm not exaggerating. This is what happened to you. This is what happened to me. My daily life, what I experience in this realm is a direct result of that process, spiritually, physically, right? Mind, body, and spirit. Because remember, my essence can never fear what would result. My essence can't conceptualize ahead of time what calamities could occur and what strife and what struggle and what pain, because my nature is unable to even experience any of that, right? That's all contained within the antithesis of what I am. I am the thesis. I am the proposition, which is that's the meaning of the term thesis. Right? I am the proposition. But see, the way the human mind works, and this is what I mean about it was necessary for me to grow and change and evolve over time to even be able to properly work with these concepts. To the unevolved human, because remember, I still have access to what I was like in my prior unevolved states. I have those memories. I remember what it was like to behave in that way. Hang on, something got. Okay, we're good. Never mind. I have those memories, right? So the being hearing me say this, what was I saying? The large pothole in the interstate distracted me. Fuck. Oh well, I'll get back to it. More correctly, I allowed the large pothole because things went flying, and then immediately was like, oh, what's plugged in that hasn't been plugged in long enough yet that might have become dislodged because things went flying. So immediately snapping to focus on what needs to happen. So I've trained myself to do that. Right. Oh, okay. Well, it's probably, I'll speak generally on what I was going to speak very specifically, but since I've forgotten that, since the specificities now elude me, I can speak broadly based on the sentiment, unless I continue to talk too long and the sentiment escapes me. Right. Hang on. Now we're managing even more bumps. Add this to the 1,000 reasons why people are unwilling to do this job, even if they would like to drive and are capable and know how to drive a big rig. Sometimes there's vast stretches of interstate where one cannot drink one's coffee because of the condition of the road. But parts of it are smooth enough that it's like I think I can take a drink, but here the bump that's going to be too large for coffee drinking is just ahead. And it's nighttime and I can't see them. And now we're being followed at 59 miles an hour. 2 cars back there, because remember, folks, there's exits. Well, guess what? There's always interstate exits. There's never not an exit up ahead. But remember, and that's, humans will immediately make excuses for other humans. Oh, well, they're going 59 behind you because the exit's up ahead. Yeah, the exit's never not up ahead. Right? What's the relevance of a thing that's never not present? Right. To even be able to solve all of those little riddles in one's head. Right. Like, what even is that? Imagine the emotional states of these people. Maybe they're back there frustrated thinking, man, I sure wish this big rig wasn't in the way. It's like, yeah, don't y'all know the road's open? Well, no, sir. We're looking at our screens and giggling at our feet. We have no idea what's going on. Our consciousness is in cyberspace. So no, we don't know that. We don't know that. And you know what's interesting? When smartphones and tablets and screens in the car first became a thing, I made the connection that, wow, there's way more people driving around at nighttime with their headlights off. Eventually, I figured it out. Oh, they've got a smartphone or a tablet on the dashboard. It's a light in front of them. And their entire driving career up until this point, a light in front of them that's how they know their headlights are on. So now if they don't turn their headlights on, there's still a light shining at them. And they don't realize that that light does not mean that their headlights have been turned on. See, and then people will hear me say this, and then they will believe they also knew that. No, you did not know that. Now deep down inside, you might have known it symbolically. That idea never entered your conscious mind. If it did, I would have ever heard anybody other than me say it. I've never heard anyone but me say that. That's all the proof I need to understand that no, that's never occurred to you, and that's okay, by the way. Because I need to have usefulness. If other people can do what I can do, whole cloth, then why do I need to be here, by the way? Anyway, I think I've lost whatever I was on about. And all it took was a large pothole in the road within Moloch's machine. Right? That's all it took. And that's to be a human, is to focus my efforts, try as I might, and the way has been prepared before I came out of my mother. The way was already prepared within Moloch's machine to place obstacle after obstacle after obstacle after obstacle into my path. And what am I going to do? Over time, I'm going to become more and more and more and more adept at dealing with those obstacles. Because that's me, that's Benton. That's this particular aspect within the delusion. Right? That's my nature or spirit. Indomitable, right? Once I set my mind to a course, I cannot be turned from it, and I cannot be dissuaded. Right? So I think what I was trying to talk about earlier is when people hear me say certain things, they will immediately go into an area of, if they can't dismiss it out of hand, and if they can't claim credit for having accomplished the thing, now it's some version of, oh, well, how do I feel about the fact that I seem to lack this thing that Benton is exhibiting? Right. It's like, what's that? That's something to be overcome, right? That's something built in to the psychology to serve Moloch's machine. So now we get to the concept of examining each little response, right, in the concept of a belief system, right? And I'm saying all of this just try to get to what I tried to talk about earlier was this concept of never bullshit yourself, because I'm in a realm of lies and delusion and deceit. And in the process of examining these beliefs, I also came to understand, oh, I'm lying to myself, inside myself. I'm just straight up lying to myself, right? So then it was like, okay, I will discipline myself. I will right motherfucking now put an idea in my head, and to the core of my being, I'm going to act based on this belief going forward. Never bullshit yourself, ever. And part of that is to remain vigilant. And every single moment I start to fall into that, I correct myself. Now, it does not take very long, by the way. Initially, it's like every day I'm bullshitting myself. Now, the human tendency is, oh, man, I suck. I'll never be able to do this. See, I don't have that spirit. I have the spirit of a competitor, which is, I know if I keep slugging it out, and this is what I did with basketball, I was terrible when I started, right? I was awful. But then I committed myself to mastering it as much as I was able. And then I accepted the fact that I'm not going to feel good about how horrible I am at basketball. So what? I don't have the option of letting this keep me. And this is back to the installation of the technology. I don't know any way other than brute force. Hey, you know what they taught Benton as a child? From the time I was 6 years old, I was told, suck it up. Don't be a pussy, which is also a cultural notion of, look, life's hard, life's cheap. We don't have the time or the luxury for you to be. We understand you're six, but this is just not simply not an option, sir. You're going to have to get with the program, right? And that's built into the culture where I'm from. So to even get to the idea of a never bullshit yourself required me to first fully embrace that, wow, I'm actually performing as a bad person. I've created a de facto bad person through my actions. Then right about that time, the potential beginning the decalcification of the pineal gland. And I want to be clear, by the way, folks, when I say I'm in a meditative state much of the day, effectively, I'd say 80% of the day I'm in a meditative state. I want to be clear, specifically third eye meditation. My experience driving this truck, speaking to you, is my third eye is expansive, meaning if you meditate on your third, okay, I don't know what'll happen for you. I suspect for other individuals, if they're able to, through meditation, they will eventually become aware of the space between their eyeballs slightly above. So when I first became aware of that space and spiritually and, mind, body, and spirit, and was able to direct my attention and focus there, because remember, this belongs to me. This is completely mine, my sphere of influence, my energy sphere. If I'm willing to entertain the notion of a physical body, mind, body, and spirit, that's mine. 100%. That don't belong to a man in the sky. That doesn't belong to Moloch's machine. Doesn't belong to my parents, right? Doesn't belong to my family history. It belongs to me and me alone, right? It's mine. Okay. So of course I'm able to direct my focus to the region of my third eye or spiritual eye. Of course I'm able to. How could I not? So what I began to realize immediately was, okay, the third eye is there, right, in the chakra system context. But my immediate experience was it was very small, meaning I realized, okay, this is a thing that is expansive. The potential for expansion is there, but it's like a tiny little tube I'm looking through, metaphorically, spiritually. Well, as I speak to you now, I can't even detect the size. I don't know. It's so expanded. I don't have a concept of, where does it stop? It overlaps into, through, by the way, the crown chakra, which is connected with source, supposedly, right? It's just all kind of becomes like one expansive thing. That's my experience virtually all the time. Not always. There's times when I'm so engrossed in the necessities, what has to be done in the moment within Moloch's machine, that I'm not fully aware of that. But, more often than not, I am aware of all of that. Right. And part of all of these processes and practices that I'm speaking on is for you to get to that point, if that's what you desire, right? Or if any other individual desires that. And the information is out there. I went and pick and choose and made my own way to get to that. Guess what? Every single person who ever gets to that point did it their way. It's not possible to follow somebody else's way. There's only one way, and it's your way, which kind of lines up with the Bible. If Christ in the Bible said, I am the way, I am the truth, I am the life, right? No one comes in unto the Father. If Father means true essence or nature, kingdom of God is within me style, then it seems to me like the only way to that place within myself is via what? Christ consciousness. To prepare the way for the Christ consciousness to enter in. But not in a dogmatic, doctrinal, religious sense. Like, oh, well, you have to check all these boxes. Motherfucker, I ain't got to do anything but live and die. It seems to me like that's built into the process. So what do you mean I have to do this? Shout out to some cranky black lady who was recorded doing customer service for like Sears or something back in the day for people who would drop off their mowers and their tillers for repair. And they would call this helpline. And some sassy black lady, somebody tried to say, well, you have to do this. And he meant like the organization has to do this or they're going to be liable. And she was like, motherfucker, I ain't got to do shit but live and die. And I said, and the truth of that struck me in the moment. I said, damn. I said, that is totally true. I don't have to do any other than just breathe the air, drink the water, whatever basic bodily stuff needs to happen. I don't have to do anything but live and die. I'm free to just go live behind a dumpster. I'm free to go live next to the dumpster at the Quickie Mart if I want to. Now, again, that's going to be a specific type of life. But yeah, I'm free to do that. Might end up in jail, but either way. We are afforded some liberty within Moloch's machine, the external. I have true freedom within my own sphere of influence if I'm able to develop myself to the point to be able to get the fuck out of my own way enough to manifest those energies, to work with those potentialities, to do what? To express my own true nature or essence via my own creative force that never lies dormant, and that Moloch's machine has prepared innumerable methods for subversion of my creative force and yours as well, if in fact you are what I am. And maybe you are. I don't know. If I had to, the metaphorical gun to my head, I'm voting solipsism. If you make me pick a way, I'm going to say, well, actually, effectively, I'm the only discrete being here. It's just me. So but anyway, that's if I had to choose. So the thought experiment for me is more of the idea that you, in fact, are what I am. It's just an undeveloped version of what I am, right? Or, barely developed. And this was the fake pandemic. So many people supposedly waking up. Please don't mistake the idea of waking up from a specific layer of false reality for any measure of spiritual progress. Now, we do come out of the box differently. Perhaps I came out of the box needing more development, or more correctly, perhaps I was, a cult called the Jehovah's Witnesses was able to directly control my mind almost from day one. So perhaps I needed more progress in a way. The fact is, individually, y'all ain't nowhere near where you would need to be. Just a fact. I'm not here to beat you up. The point is, this is the brutality whereby I installed and developed these technologies. First, it was the installation. First, it was to develop from day one when I undertook these processes, my path is progress style. I said, okay, whatever's already in me that I can work with, that's what I'm going to work with. Whatever's already there that is workable, that's where we start. Right. By the way, this is problem solving, this is systems, and this is effectiveness. Well, I just happen to have the particular flavor of autism where I'm really good at finding the weak points of systems. Guess what? How to find the strong point of a system. Go find the weak points and then just stop looking at as soon as I find a weak point, stop looking for that. Say, okay, I don't need to look for that weak point. Then find the next weak point. Okay, I no longer need to look for that weak point. Where's the next weak point? And pretty soon the person has actually examined each little aspect of the entire motherfucking system. I'm an expert at that. It came with the package. Guess what? Didn't come with the package. A lot of other things I've chosen to develop over many, many, many years that allow me to work with what I was given at the level of talent. I'm very talented in certain ways. So what? So are you, most likely. If you in fact exist, by the way, the listener. And if you exist at the level of some version of what I am, meaning not in relation to me, but that, the idea that it's Nancy Pelosi's MS-13 spark of divinity. I mean, that's literally what I mean. Because she's basically saying, well, yeah, you are LARPing as my constituency, but then y'all are behaving more or less as some version of MS-13. So yeah, I'm perhaps willing to understand that you, my constituency, have this spark of divinity. So yeah, so does MS-13. And by the way, they're having kids, and future Nancy Pelosi's that will be her constituency. The offspring of MS-13. Moloch's machine knows this, by the way. Moloch's machine knows that you are MS-13. Yeah, you have the divine spark. Yeah, so does MS-13. What's the fucking difference? That's the attitude of Moloch's machine. Like, okay, great. What are you talking about? Prove the value. The value doesn't exist until proven within Moloch's machine. I can come on here until I'm blue in the motherfucking face and explain all of this. If I don't have the capacity to prove it through my actions, it doesn't fucking matter. And Moloch's machine is set up to reward me and pat me on the head and let me feel some type of way just on achieving this knowledge or understanding. That's not enough. Right. I mean, I'm not excited by a lot of things, but yeah, I'm looking forward to showing what I am to this place. Because my nature is only capable of transcending this place. My nature can never do anything but transcend Moloch's machine, because my nature is unable, it cannot be limited by Moloch's machine unless I choose to identify in the moment with Moloch's machine. And make no mistake, it is a simulation on that level. It's mathematical, moment-to-moment experiments in a delusion that time and space exists, and we're measuring the output of the creative force of each one of these discrete beings, if that is in fact a thing. And each moment, it's a 0 or a 1 in a computer system, matrix fucking computer code. Every moment, it's a 1, meaning I affirm through my own creative force that never lies dormant. I affirm that I am this thing, and I know that I'm this thing, and what I am can never be in error. When my nature expresses as a 1 in the moment, I can never be in error. When my essence expresses in the moment as a 0 and is subverted knowingly or unknowingly into serving Moloch's machine and serving the antithesis, I'm effectively incapable of serving my own essence or nature. And there's no middle ground. There's nothing in between. There's no playing the fence. There's no playing the middle against both sides. All of these notions, that is dead. That's not possible. That's the biblical notion of the lukewarm is spat out of the mouth, right? Meaning it can't get judged. I can't judge it. I don't know what it is. It's like as soon as it goes in, I spit it out. And they start asking me questions about it. I don't know. I have no idea. I can't answer these questions. I can't even keep it in my mouth long enough to determine is it a 1 or a 0. See? It does not compute. 404, right? Error. Your data is an error if you think you can play the middle ground. Nope. However, your creative force can create a delusion, and nobody can force you out of the delusion that that's in fact possible. And that's Christianity. Christianity is the business of making a building and going to a place and having formalized meetings so that people can remain lukewarm and in that middle ground, which does not exist, and they can feel some type of way about it. Oh, okay. Moloch's machine says we see that there's beings who want to feel like they're checking all of these boxes at the level of doctrine and dogma so they don't have to fear the judgment, so-called, if that's even a thing. Okay, well, all right, here's a business called religion. Have at it. Enjoy yourselves. That's what's happening, right? And that's the realm to which your parents sacrificed you, and my parents sacrificed me as they were sacrificed, as literal babies. They metaphorically held out little Benton before Moloch and said, here you go, have at what we claim as our greatest fucking, this is the wealth of the people. Have it. This is our highest spiritual ideal, is the innocence of this child spiritually. And we're giving it to you, Moloch, to do with as you see fit. That's what happened to me. And that's what happened to you. That's what happened to Larry Benton and my mother, right? I don't know if I've said her name on here, so I'm not going to say it now. Probably I have. Does it even matter? Her name is dead. Fuck does it matter? More correctly, it belongs to this place. $59 miles an hour. They'll follow you, man. Just you will never understand humanity the way I do until you do some version of getting in a big rig and going 59 miles an hour and just watching how many people prefer to put on the metaphorical and literal in this case, put on the blinders to not have to, to have a reason not to experience uncertainty and disorientation. Right? By now, if there's something scary and dangerous up ahead, I will crash into it. That gigantic 18-wheeler will crash into it. We won't even see it coming from back here. So tell me again how people are going to fix this place within Moloch's machine after being sacrificed as children before a literal pagan god, right? As a metaphorical burnt offering sacrifice to motherfucking Moloch in a delusion, in a machine that's attempting to disprove the very proposition that I am, right? And if people are willing to accept the notion of the Most High as I am, to realize that, well, this your earthly life, your existence is within a delusion completely and wholly based on disproving the notion of I am, for fuck's sakes. It don't get much heavier than that, Jack. If that ain't serious business, I don't know what is. Right. But when properly identified, it's like, yeah, how serious can a delusion be? How serious can my dreams last night be? Well, they seemed very real. Yeah, until I woke up out of the delusion and realized, oh, that was a dream. And now I'm actually back to the waking dream of this life in Moloch's machine. But that's a completely different topic, right? But yeah, it seemed very real last night when I was sleeping. Yeah, it seems very real right now when I'm awake in a delusion. Quote, air quotes, awake in a delusion. So that's why waking up is not a thing, because when the being wakes up to the circumstances of this present layer of false reality, they don't move into actual reality. They are transported immediately into the next layer of false reality. What good is it to perpetually ascend layers of false reality? Moloch's machine would just say, well, you're still in a false reality, bozo. What's the fucking difference? Idiot. And, I don't call myself names a lot, but that's what Moloch's machine would say. Hey, dummy, what the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, look at the bozo. Oh, let's just wake the people up. This motherfucker doesn't even know he's asleep. Yeah, okay, little buddy, asleep at the wheel. Go off and wake up the people, because surely when you wake them up, they're going to fix this place. They won't just lie on the metaphorical train tracks, and after you asleep on the train tracks and you've jostled them awake, they won't ever just lie there and watch the train roll over them. That's not possible. That can't happen. Shout out to the chat. I see you down there. I'm not able to engage and continue the discourse. Such are the The limitations of the being, right? This is the pause that refreshes, perhaps. The silence is a meditation, lest we forget. And by the way, what is the reward for what I'm suggesting, right? If a person was willing to just, okay, well, I see that Benton is, I'm willing to take the evidence on display and then just in some way, trust and choose to accept what Benton is telling me, at least some of this, and say, well, it's worth working towards without being rewarded in the, because there's no short-term rewards. In fact, Moloch's machine ensures that there's short-term punishments. Well, thankfully, I'm always able to punish myself much more harshly than Moloch's machine has ever punished me, right? I'm able to run roughshod over myself, and I kind of like it, right? Okay, some version of a Hellraiser, the Cenobites from Hellraiser or whatever. Yeah, I resonate with some of that. I once traveled so much and flew by the seat of my pants living out of a backpack that I hit the wall of physical exhaustion. And I'm here to tell you, unless you've ever been so physically tired that you needed an entire week of rest to get back to something resembling normality, you've never been exhausted. Because I hit the wall to the point where I said, okay, I must now go and make camp and I must rest there, except for one trip a day to get whatever supplies I need, water and orange juice, as it turned out. Not that I recommend orange juice, but that's what it was at the time. Maybe coffee, probably on the mate back then. 7 full days of all I did was lay around in my tent and probably listen to content, and one trip a day on foot while leaving all my gear. By the way, historically, I've never not even been willing to leave my gear at my camp, just wandering off from all of my things because I did not have the strength to pack them all up and carry them. 7 days. And yeah, I kind of liked it. Not the rest. I kind of liked I enjoyed the process of getting to that point. But in order to get to that point, one must ignore many signs that the body's giving, such as, I've walked across the Burnside Bridge hundreds of times by now in downtown Portland. Why did I need to rest on the one side of it? And why am I now resting on the other side of it? Like, what is this? And just saying, oh, well, that's neither here nor there. Let's just continue on about our day. That's called running on adrenaline, by the way. And eventually the body just saying, yeah, well, that's really all we got to give you, partner. So I don't know what, but you're now going to go sit behind this shopping center in Goleta, California, and you're going to go unconscious for so long that you're going to wake up and somebody will have left a $20 bill somewhere on your person. And I was dead to the motherfucking world for 2 hours. And then I said, wow, well, this is a sign of something. And I fucked off and rested for 1 whole week. Right. And yeah, I kind of like, I enjoy, something about me responds to pushing myself that hard. If that's not you, guess what? I lack things that you have. Part of whatever this development is, parts of it will be comically easy for you that were just almost just absurdly difficult for me. And in fact, continue to be absurdly difficult at times. Continue to be. Here they come on the slow merge. I already see them. I love the slow merge. It's fascinating. It's never not fascinating to see a good slow merge in action. And I remember a time when the slow merge did not exist. And if you ever saw it, you were like, hey, are they really going to stop Because every once in a while, some bozo just stops at the end of the on ramp and waits to fucking pull into traffic from a dead stop on an interstate. That does happen. I still see that every once in a while. So back in the day, if someone was decelerating towards the yield sign at the end of the ramp, the end of the merge area, right? That was not seen typically. Now I see it all day, every day. Not slowing to a stop, but slowing their roll in that merge area. Slow your roll. Because why? Because they're looking at a screen and giggling at a feed. That's why. That's why right now the news media just announced that big rigs are driving themselves without a human being in the cab between Dallas and Houston. Round trips. What that means is the pilot program is over and we're now charging full rate. Meaning, what it means is if a corporation wants freight hauled from Houston to Dallas, right, and then maybe they've got something in Dallas they want back to Houston, they now have the option of hiring a carrier who will haul that freight, and there will not be a human being to pay money to. So at what point is the company I'm working with, is it just no longer viable, not to employ Benton, but, it's already, by the way, it's already changed the nature of my job. The way economics works, and if Bex is still in the house, she's claims to be formally trained in all of this and would have an expert level with her big brain, an expert level of understanding of this. The market has already adjusted to all of this. The market adapts ahead of time, right? So when people talk about the efficiencies of the market and free market economics, that's what they mean, right? So my job and the way I'm paid and all of this, the market has already adjusted to all of that, right? The market's already adjusted to all of that. Sir, I'm going 59 with the flashers, I'm going 59. I'm not speeding up to get past you. They're literally waiting for me to go around them to get out of their lane. Like, this is insanity. These people are nuts, man. I mean, they're literally nuts. That's not a sane person. Again, the general public is de facto insane. De facto. In practice, these motherfuckers are not well mentally. They're not. Based on how I observe them behaving, by the way. Like, what does he think my air horn means if he's able to hear it? What does he think that means? It means, here I am, sir. I'm actually going this speed. Comically slow speed, I understand. So my job has already become what it needs to be for this company to employ me right now with self-driving trucks, right? And by the way, the moment my company has access to a truck that drives itself, Benson's out of a job. The moment that exists, meaning within the business plan of the company that employs me. That's how it works. So I've been watching all of these Mike Andys, that little fellow with the from the Augusta Lawn Care franchise, and I didn't even know why I've been watching these, right? And so part of the practices is as markets adjust ahead of time and the efficiencies are built in, that's built into me and my systems. See, I'm adjusting to things ahead of time and I don't even know what I'm adjusting to, right? By the way, the number one function or feature of the human is what? Adaptability. Perfect adaptation to environment. And in fact, that's the number one thing that Moloch's machine, that's how Moloch's machine operates individuals by proxy. By knowing that they always perfectly adapt to their environment and saying, well, I know at the level of law, except for the ones who actually are clinically insane, right? Or homeless or drug addicted, the ones who are capable of adjustment, what being so-called well adjustment, they will perfectly adjust at the level of that's a law. And antithesis says, okay, this is something I can work with, right? So for me, I have systems and I have been able to get to know what I am to the level of, okay, This is a law I'm able to act upon, and I know I will perfectly adapt ahead of time without even knowing what I'm adapting to. That's a perfect technology in a way. And that's the own, by the way, how else am I going to defeat the thing that's seeking to defeat me from day one, because I was offered up as a human sacrifice as a child to a pagan deity known as Moloch, and as were my parents. I'm going to beat it at its own game. I'm going to defeat it based on the rules of its system that were crafted based on my own nature. A quickening spirit, by the way, to transcend in the way I just described, sublimely, by the way, that's sublime. The characterization of what I just spoke on is sublime, not the band, the meaning of the word, sublime. Right. My development over a period of 15 plus years to be able to grasp these concepts well enough to, in the moment, observe, characterize, and spit out of my mouth to you folks. You're welcome. So a lot of the confusion of the general public with respect to why society has become the way it is, it's because the system is in the processes of adapt. The business systems are in the process of adapting to when you will no longer be useful to the business. And so back to the Mike Andes Augusta National, or Augusta Lawn Care. Mike Andes, being some level of probably a business genius, right? Child prodigy, by the way. Graduated college by about 18, I think. He was about 18 when he graduated college. Prodigy, business, right? When he was a child, a literal child, he wanted to go into medicine and become a doctor to help people. So he started on that path because as a prodigy, he recognized, well, if I wait till I'm 18 to go to college, that's going to delay at what point can I become a doctor and begin serving my purpose, right? So he said, well, okay, I have the intellect. I'm going to do high school super fucking early, and I'm going to go do college super early. And then he, at the age of 18, went to Africa where they let him practice medicine. And he was like, okay, well, obviously, I'm not going to do this to make a whole bunch of money. Because, you know, make no mistake, Mike Andes is going to get rich and already has in some ways. Mike Andes is going to be a billionaire or die trying. Right. He's going to serve Moloch's machine to the utmost. So part of that is he's already operating his businesses based upon, in the very near future, he will operate his businesses without humans. At least not humans that go to people's houses and mow their yard. Home services. So which means he's already developing his software platforms. So what he's saying is that he never would have seen the incentive of spending perhaps $2 million of his own money to develop a software platform, right? And going through all of the headaches of debugging and having human customers, by the way, some human being who's bought into his franchise and who's bought into his software platform. And now every morning for 6 months, he wakes up and something new is broken in the systems, right? And then him having to try to explain to these people, right? That hurts Mike Andes' heart, right? Because his daddy's a pastor, But it doesn't hurt Mike Andes' heart enough to keep him from becoming a motherfucking billionaire or die trying. Because Mike Andes is going to put himself through whatever ring of fire gauntlet, baptism of fire that he has to achieve his goals. Same with Benton. Except mine's internal. Mine's all, here's an ultimate form of narcissism. It's good enough even if I'm the only one who knows it's happened. I'm so motherfucking awesome. I don't need y'all to sign off on it. Again, back to the solipsism. Motherfuckers, I know how awesome I am because I've done proven that shit to who? To the only motherfucker that really matters, which is me, inside of me. I know exactly how badass I am. So when I say, oh well, Benton's not a badass, that's what that means is I'm not willing to prove to you how badass I am right now. But make no mistake, I know exactly what levels of badassery I have been able to achieve in the past. Oh yeah, oh yeah. That's why they follow me around the fucking super center because they know it's in there and they know it's in there. But it ain't about me. See, it's about the technology. So for Mike Andes, it's not about him. It's not about the human beings that are franchisees in Augusta Lawn Care. It's not about the human beings that those franchises employ. That's not the point. See, that's why the lowly peasant says, oh, look, my job creators, my Trump, my corporations, my big business, my job creation. No, that's not the point to those entities within Moloch's machine. Mike Andes says, oh, he lets it slip. Oh, I'm working towards the day when no human being will have to drive a pickup truck to a yard somewhere and mow it. And make no mistake, folks, within a number of years, that will be the case. Just like when I dropped it, and I'm going to Houston right now. When I drop this load in Houston, I don't know what the next load is. But part of that is based on the fact that some of these companies now have the option of paying less, perhaps, to have their freight hauled without me at 55 cents an hour being part of the business equation or a version of me, right? Now, Uber Freight is a thing, meaning, yes, you have an Uber app and there's Uber Eats. But did you know there's been an Uber Freight for probably over 5 years now? Why is there an Uber Freight? Do you think Uber gave a flying fuck about going into truck driving? I bet you there would be no. I'd be willing to bet money without the possibility of automation, there would not be an Uber Freight. Because what? Why put themselves through that? It's because we recognize in the future there's going to be a version of somewhere, either an AI algorithm or a human being will go on an app, at least maybe just for a transitional time. And in conjunction with automation, we can corner the market in a way. We can patent the technologies. We can do that, right? Mike Andes, same motherfucking thing. Mike Andes realizes, oh, if I build the early versions of these platforms, I can patent some of this, right? Of course. Without automation on the horizon, he probably would not, because he doesn't want to go into the software business. Mike, in a vacuum, Mike Andes tells people when he goes to turn their businesses around, they say, hey, we're thinking about buying a piece of property because conventional wisdom for an American is, why would you pay rent when you can own? And Mike Andes says, well, he tells them to their face, well, now you're in a different business. Now you're in real estate. He says, I don't want to be in the real estate business. So I want to pay a monthly rent for my facilities. Guess what? Guess who also wants to do that? Walmart. Guess who's one of the few examples of a corporation that very early on chose to go into real estate? Ray Kroc and McDonald's. And in fact, if you watch that movie, The Founder with Michael Keaton, great movie, probably one of the few ways in which Ray Kroc was an actual genius was very early on. He realized, oh, I'm not in the fucking burger flipping business. I'm in the real estate business. And if I'm expertly able to ahead of time determine what is going to be the most valuable retail space in a growing area of urban and suburban sprawl, if I expertly develop the systems to ahead of time say, that's the spot of dirt. And if I buy it when it's worth almost nothing and I hold on to it, I'm rich. And he did it so expertly that over time, other corporations said, we're not even going to try to predict it. We're going to wait for McDonald's to go in. And then based on where McDonald's goes in, we know where we're going in. And that's literally part of the history of a corporation like Burger King. who knows that, well, they have to operate their business in part on they need certain functionality in respect to where the McDonald's is. But make no mistake, they're choosing their dirt based on where McDonald's chose theirs. And Mike Andes is saying, as someone who has one, you're starting with one franchise, and then you're going to open a second location and a third location to grow to a certain level of business. You have no advantages to buying dirt. In fact, it's to your detriment unless you're going to just go into real estate, right? They don't even know that, right? Business people don't even know their own business. Same thing with your energy sphere. In a way, you're in the business of your own energy sphere. Do you even know the business of your own energy sphere? I'm a motherfucking expert in the business of my energy sphere. And it's part of the reason you're listening to me, if you're listening to me. Experts. And getting better every day. Why? Because that's worth doing to me, inside of me. And I'm the judge of that, by the way. I'm the judge. They say only God can judge me. Well, good thing I am that one, because I better be judging me at the levels of ones and zeros, at the level of taking ownership of my creative force that never lies dormant in each new delusional moment that time and space exists. So building the systems, and this is what Mike Andes has been talking about recently. He's been going off on, I could tell he paid somebody money for coaching to talk all about systems, because a few of his videos in a row, it was all about systems. I went into his comments and posted fucking high level content in his comments about, well, actually, Mike, here's some reasons why you're kind of don't have the whole picture. So I just dropped fucking data chunks on his ass. I understand systems better than he does in a way, right? Yippee skippy, yay for Benton. Well, why aren't you on your way to becoming a billionaire, Benton? Oh, you mean a billionaire within a delusion? Let the dead bury the dead. That's why. Render unto Caesar. Because I don't strongly identify enough with this realm and the dead things of this realm to see the value in becoming a billionaire. And Mike Andes is going to be a billionaire, or he's going to die trying. Period. End of story. You cannot stop that motherfucker. And he'll probably achieve it. But will it take so long by the time he gets there? Will it even be worth anything to be a billionaire? Because what good is it to be worth a million on paper? By the way, my daddy was a millionaire on paper by 1989. So fucking what? He lives on Social Security and whatever little bit of pittance that his daddy left him, that he has to hide from my mama, because when they divorced, she got a judgment against him for alimony. So we've all suspect that he's got some kind of something inheritance, but he won't admit it. He's a fucking liar, by the way. Let the dead bury the dead. Render unto Caesar. Render unto mama, pops. Right? And I don't blame him for not giving that over to my mom. I think it's kind of bullshit, but whatever, Oh, but believe in that system, right? Believe in Trump, believe in the political system, believe in the laws, and well, the court. We all believe in the court system, right? The court said my daddy's supposed to pay my mama, right? But either way, what value was it to be a millionaire on paper in 1989? To then live one's elderly. See, my daddy failed. His life, right, is a failure. Now, is there a chance of success? Of course, there's never not a chance of success. If one is still in this experience, there's always the opportunity for success. Meanwhile, your mind is already thinking money. Your mind is already, because that's the only way we're able to think, because our psychologies are products of Moloch's machine. I don't think that way. I watch my psychology knee-jerk reaction into, success means business and money. And I correct myself and reframe to, well, have you looked at the meaning of the word success yet? Turns out it's situational. Turns out it's based upon what do you consider to be success? If we all decide via our psychologies that always serve Moloch's machine that success only ever means money, then that's what it means. But I'm free by having ultimate power to the degree, by the way, to the degree at which I'm willing to wield it within myself, by the way. It's unlimited to the degree at which I'm able and willing to take ownership of that sphere of influence, right? Because remember, what I am is not capable of limitation, right? I have unlimited powers within myself, within the delusion that I'm experiencing limitation. What I am cannot experience limitation. What I am can only experience limitation via antithesis and delusion. And antithesis has to exist for there to be a proposition. Without antithesis, there is no proposition. Without devil's advocacy, there's no advocacy. So, of course, a particular YouTube user takes a specific form because it doesn't understand its own nature, or it's not willing to accept its own nature. It's rebelling against itself, or it's not what I am. It may not be what I am. Again, back to the solipsism. And of course that, and I'm hinting around without saying a particular name, that YouTube channel content creator says, well, I reject solipsism. Well, okay, that's you, buddy. That's fine. I don't. And in fact, if I'm made to choose in this moment, I'm solipsism all day, every day. It makes the most sense to me. And see, this broadcast, this is the purpose right now. This is the value. It's not the fact that I'm earning 55 cents and incurring tax liability for every minute I'm speaking to you, nearly going 59 miles an hour. Right? That's not the value. Right? The value is not in anything other than what am I able to bring forth in each new moment. That, by the way, is consistent with an expression of my true essence. It's to live what I am. And I mean a capital I, capital A, capital M. Right? Make no mistake. It's the emptying of everything about, whatever's going on within this experience, to be able to operate that just well enough at a Fight Club layer of to let that which does not matter truly slide as a spiritual practice, to be able to get through the mundanities of life, right, within a delusion, to express as fully as possible within this delusion, which is the only way to not become the delusion, as far as I can tell, right? Because remember, the antithesis of the proposition is to be able to, within Moloch's machine, pause the simulation and say, well, actually, none of these little delusionalized aspects of an individualized force, none of them are letting their little light shine in this moment. And for Moloch's machine to be paused, and so the antithesis is able to appeal via legalese and say, well, actually, I was the proposition all along. That is the spiritual war. That's why you were sacrificed to Moloch as a child, because the proposition can't conceptualize or fear what that would entail. All it says is, well, I know what the fuck I am. What I am can't be stopped or dominated or defeated. What I am can never know defeat. What I am can never dominate or be dominated. Right? That's all it knows. So back to Book of Job from the Bible. Have you considered my servant Job? Because if he is what I know he is, you can't do anything to him anyway. And we're in a delusion, by the way. So go for it. If this motherfucker ain't shit to the level that he can be defeated because we took his fucking fancy clothes and his delicious food and his family away from him in a delusion. If this motherfucker ain't shit to the level that that's going to allow him to curse his own nature, right, within himself, then fuck him. What good is he? Then fuck him. He never had value in the first place. I'm here proving my value because I've been granted in a delusion the opportunity to show what I am. And I'm a performer, baby. I'm a performer, right? Hold my beer. I'll play the fool. They say everybody plays the fool. A coward never plays the fool. A coward ain't got the courage to play the fool. Coward trapped in a fear space, right? In a psychology, divorced from their own nature, and doing everything in their doing everything possible to stay in a herd, strength in numbers style, right? Guaranteeing that they will never experience success. Defeated by Moloch's machine from day one. That's most people. Right? And then occasionally I wander into a truck stop and somebody's doing laundry and we have, well, two people. We have a conversation. They have no idea that probably I could, you know, if they asked me a question or two, I could probably help them if they wanted to begin the process of unfucking themselves. Because Moloch's machine has ran a train on them and fucked them all up and got them trapped into business and viewing everything. Now I'm watching this, used to be Red Viking Trucker, this Love Adventure Travel. And, you know, this is why I wouldn't mind fucking off to the motel for a month or two if I'm able to get hold of my computer equipment. Or I guess buy new computer equipment and do about a month or two of content, because there's a lot of content out there I could react to for weeks. And this bozo, he's a good dude. You can tell he's a good dude, but he's lost, man. He thinks he's highly capable. He is highly capable in many ways. This guy, he's got a strong spirit, but he's completely defeated because Moloch's machine, right? Because why? Because he rushes headlong into sophistication and problem solving and never ever addresses the fundamentals. Thus, only exists in a state of defeat, right? What I am can never be defeated. What I am can never experience defeat except via delusion. He's experiencing his own demise via delusion and has no fucking idea that's what's happening. So he's going on and on about, thinks he has the inside information on the dystopia, right? And now the road's destroyed. So give me a second. I got to slow down here. Now we're in a construction zone. I'm in the wrong lane because it's trucks use left lane. I got to slow down enough to get these trucks to pass me so I can get into the left lane. Because the right lane's fucked. So why are the highways being allowed to fall into disrepair? Because you're not going to be driving on them in the near future. That's why. Human beings. So why, I've been observing this for years now. Why are certain roads being constructed brand new in a different way they've never been constructed? And I can tell by looking at them, oh, this is being built in a way where there can be dedicated lanes in the middle of all this. That's not going to be human beings driving on those dedicated lanes. And eventually there's just, humans aren't going to want to drive, right? It's not the system preventing you. It's not Moloch's machine saying you're no longer allowed to drive. Oh, I got the right to travel. Who cares? My rights. Future humans aren't going to lack the desire to drive automobiles. It's already there to some extent in the younger generations. So what for me is important today was to overcome my own desire to perform at such a high level within this job, which is dead, by the way. This is a dead job in a dead industry. The money's dead, right? Render unto Caesar, let the dead bury the dead. To realize, well, what suits me is to, instead of waiting to start my day, my work day, I need to just go ahead and hit the road, which I prefer to do anyway, and go ahead and deliver the discourse, which by the way, I don't even know. I did not even know what the fuck I was going to be talking about before I endeavored it, before doing this thing. Guess what is not able to concern itself with what the fuck am I going to discourse about? My nature, the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational frequency, the source of all creation, by the way. When it's time to create, it creates perfectly, by the way. So, of course, to disprove the validity of such a notion, the antithesis would have to build a machine that would just as perfectly operate to subvert and defeat in order to disprove the validity of, right? At a layer of legalese, right? And I'm having to pay a little too much attention to the driving because of there's a wall in the construction zone. And I'm forced into the left lane by the signs and such. The trucks behind me would prefer to speed, but I don't think they want to speed in a construction zone in the wrong. It's just too much to do all at one time. So I've sped up to 62, but I'm still holding up traffic to some extent. Of course, that's dead. Traffic's dead. And ultimately, solipsism is valid in a way that I am the only being that matters here in particular specific ways. It's a fact because I only have access to one being here. I'm only able to operate within this one, what seems to be one discrete being. So in that way, I'm the only being that matters, right? But that's not. But the unevolved person would then say, okay, well now it's nihilism, and I get to just go out here, Clockwork Orange, ultra-violent style, and enjoy myself to the fullest, like natural born killers or whatever. No, it's not that, because what I do affects my spirit. Right? It's quite the opposite. Actually, I get to do less of what I used to enjoy. Meanwhile, the enjoyment is dead. The enjoyment does not exist, right? I think maybe we're coming out of the construction zone. So I'm going to go ahead and acquire the right lane early. Get the fuck out of everybody's way. Because now we got a four-wheeler in the way. It's fucking everything up because they don't know what's going on. How could they? So when people scratch their heads and say, so back to this Red Viking trucker, the channel I think is Love Adventure Travel. He's changed the name of it. But if you just type Red Viking trucker into YouTube search, it still comes up, even though it's a different name now, the channel. So this is why he goes on his channel, because he went to war, traveled to the other side of the map, and murdered the people that live there, by the way. One of the worst things I could ever think of. On the list of things to do in this life, I can't think of many things worse than that. But, he went into the military, and, he's definitely an intellectual type of guy. He's a thoughtful guy. But so he's too strongly identified with nationalism, America, Trump, because he's not understanding it's always a negative motivation. It's not based on America being awesome. It's not based on, Trump being great. It's based on how nightmarish and repellent the other is. It's how horrible Biden and Harris are. It's how awful the Democrats are, right? It's all of these things. It's how the French supposedly surrender or whatever. All of these notions. And then see, he doesn't understand Moloch's machine installed his psychology where he's powerful outside of himself psychologically, which is not even possible, by the way. See, Moloch's machine has him believing that he's experiencing sensations within himself, that within delusion, by the way. So effectively, the psychology of Moloch's machine has him experiencing delusional states within his own personal space, his own energy sphere, right? And that's what Moloch's machine does to each one of us if we let it, right? Left to my own devices, Moloch's machine had me installing and experiencing delusion within myself, right? Which is the only discrete space I have access to that Moloch's machine can be prevented from accessing. I don't have to let Moloch's machine inside of here, and nobody can make me. This belongs to me. If it don't belong to me, it's not an appropriate burnt offering sacrifice to the pagan deity known as Moloch. It has to have a specific value or the sacrifice is no good. See, there can be no sacrifice without me. I am the lamb in a way, if you think about it. In the context of Moloch's machine, see, now I am the substance. I am the value. Interesting. I am that one. So part of the creation and operation of Moloch's machine, right? It's via this process of sacrificing the children to the machine itself, right? So Red Viking Trucker is like, hey, look, first 100 days, Trump has brought border crossing to the lowest level on record. As if that's a good thing. But why does Red Viking Trucker respond this way? Because delusionally within himself, he feels some type of way. Oh, now I'm rootin', tootin', big, tough, and powerful. Because Trump and America and business. That's all dead, partner. Render unto Caesar. Let the dead bury the dead. That's all dead, buddy. Dumbo. So what would be correct is to frame it in the proper context of business. And I would say, well, of course, border crossings are at an all-time low. They were at an all-time high, supposedly, for all this years in a row. Why were they crossing in record numbers for year after year? Because that's what corporations needed them to do. Corporations needed these workers for specific reasons. And because of corporate fascism, Benito Mussolini corporate fascism, the merger, everything is the state, everything is the corporation, everything is the government. The government partnered with the corporations to allow all of these folks to flow into the country because they knew Red Viking Trucker wasn't going to do a damn thing about it. They knew all of the good God-fearing right-wing folks weren't going to do a damn thing about it. Why would they? How could they? Moloch knows, well, I put a psychology in them that makes it's not possible for them to do anything about this, even if they wanted to. They're just going to watch it happen. That's the metaphor of lying on the train tracks and watching the train roll over. What does it matter if they were aware of the flood of immigrants year after year, if they just laid there and watched it happen? The flood of immigrants was the metaphorical train. What good is it to, quote, wake them up if they just watch it happen? Dummies. Dummies. As Nolan Richardson said to Billy Packer, right? Right before winning the national championship, or perhaps in attempting to defend it, Billy Packer, who wanted to talk smart on the interview, asked Nolan Richardson a question. Nolan Richardson said, "Well, a blind man could see that, Billy." And that's why Arkansas loved them some Nolan Richardson. We love that. We love that spirit of, well, a blind man could see that, Billy. You know, why are you up here saying obvious shit, partner? And I know Nolan's from El Paso, but it's still the same spirit. A blind man could see that. They blind. They out here blind. But because of sophistication and complication in marketing and advertising, where they see themselves as all-knowing, all-powerful, full intelligence, all access to knowledge and problem solving, they skip right past fundamentals into sophistication. What was Nolan Richardson, who said, well, a blind man can see that, Billy? He was known for running his athletes ragged to win games by saying his idea of 48 minutes of hell, which was fatigue makes cowards of us all, meaning he's going to have his athletes run up and down the court in practice so much so that the game's going to be a picnic, but the other team's going to be sucking wind. And he knows when they got their hands on their knees, sucking wind, they're not going to be able to make proper decisions, meaning the opposition. It's pretty fucking obvious. So why weren't other people doing it to the level of a Nolan Richardson up until that point? And part of it, of course, was Nolan as a black man able to go into Memphis and say, hey, you know, I know y'all ain't got your daddies or crackheads or whatever, but I'm a big, tough, rootin' tootin' motherfucker from El Paso. And I went into racist ass Fayetteville, Arkansas, a fucking sundowner town, you know, literal sundowner town, racist as fuck. And I went in there and I'm on the verge of winning a national championship. So when I knock on the door of your mama shack here in the ghettos of Memphis, of course you're going to come play for me. And you're not going to go play for, you know, Mike Krzyzewski or whoever, right? Or Eddie Sutton at Oklahoma State. Of course you're going to come play for me. Why wouldn't you? But what I'm going to do is I'm finna run you up and down that court, partner. You're going to hate your life in my practice. You're going to hate your life. And anybody that wants to can walk into the arena and watch practice. And I'm going to be barking at you like a dog, running you up and down that court. That's me, partner, barking at me, running myself up and down a court, back and forth and forth and back and back and forth and forth and back. Oh, you tired now? Okay, I got somebody over there willing to take your spot. I got somebody over there willing to go sit on the bench then. Hell, leave practice. I don't give a fuck. Take your ass back to your dorm. You think you're gonna be in the same position tomorrow on this team, buddy? We had a All-American, Scotty Thurman. He wasn't even going to start. But then the JUCO All-American, Craig Tyson, one of my personal friends back in college, Craig Tyson was 6 foot motherfucking 5 and a physical specimen. He was going to start over Scotty Thurman, blew his fucking knee out 2 years in a row, wasn't able to play. So you think Scotty Thurman was ever going to complain and say, well, coach, I'm not into it today? Hell no. He knew to run himself ragged up and down that court. He didn't have the luxury. He could not afford himself the luxury of that, see? And that spirit that wants to go play for a Nolan Richardson, see? I am that spirit. Right. And that's the same spirit who will, oh, here's Billy Packer on a CBS national televised, you know, NCAA Final Four talking intelligent. And here's old, you know, El Paso Nolan Richardson, you know, grew up under racism saying, well, a blind man can see that, Billy, which is in parentheses. Why can't you? Meaning, why are you here interviewing me, partner? Why are you here interviewing me? Think Billy Packer ever dunked a motherfucking basketball? Nolan Richardson did. Benton didn't. Not on a 10-foot goal. I came as close as I was ever gonna. I got as close as it was physically ever going to be possible for a, at the time, 5'8" Benton to come to dunking a basketball on a 10-foot goal. I could jump up and grab that motherfucker, but no, never could dunk it. But just like I won't claim I'm 6 foot, even though I'm 5'10", you know, and most 5'10" guys would just say, well, I'm 6 foot. I won't come on here and tell y'all like I can dunk a basketball because I never did it on a 10-foot goal. I came as close as humanly possible. I could get the ball up there, but I never actually dunked it on a 10-foot goal. Not once. You know, that's called life, by the way. It's called life. So what? But if it was possible, I was going to do it. It weren't possible. Now, with some of the training techniques I'm now aware of, it probably would have been. But based on what I had to work with at the time, it weren't. Little bit of cleans, power cleans, hanging cleans and such. Little bit of specific training most likely would have got me there. Either way, doesn't matter. So back to, you know, it's an assessment, right? It's so back to stage one or stage zero was I committed myself to just working towards a thing that I really couldn't even define at the time, knowing that if a thing's worth doing, it's worth doing of its own merits, knowing I'm not only am I not going to be rewarded in the short term, it's going to be a version of Nolan Richardson's basketball practice, running these fucking horses up and down the court. And I don't have the option of tapping out, see. Knowing that there's really no point in committing myself if I'm going to tap out, meaning the warrior, go read The Art of War. The warrior first places himself beyond the possibility of defeat. Commitment is to say, I psychologically will not even entertain the notion of tapping out when I'm metaphorically running myself up and down this court, just running myself motherfucking ragged. Because the only way for Nolan Richardson to have the team in the Final Four bent over at the waist, sucking wind, you know, with their hands on their knees, is he has to do that to his team in practice. Right. It's the only way. And barking at them and saying, why are you passing it to the wrong man when I told you in the classroom, you know, when we inbound the ball, throw it to this guy based on what the defense is doing, and you threw it to the other guy. What the fuck is wrong with you? And well, the answer is because I'm sucking wind, coach, and my mind doesn't work. And Nolan knows, well, for me to win the goddamn national championship, I got to run them through this. I'm running myself through my own versions of this to do what? To be able to get out of my own way enough to allow this little light of mine to shine. Right. By overcoming myself within a delusion, within Moloch's motherfucking machine. Right. Within delusion upon delusion upon delusion, where I'm free to kick back, relax, and make a joke and a mockery of myself. And this realm will cater to me on some level. Oh, kick back, watch Netflix, enjoy your internet, sir. Enjoy back in the day when I enjoyed my first wife, our decent, nice starter home, our mortgage, right? And our decent automobiles, and, you know, my nice clothes, the ability to purchase whatever food I wanted to eat at the time, which was junk food, and have a good time, partner. And that was Moloch's machine. That's because I was so enmeshed and identified with who I am based on how Moloch's machine is treating me, right? And as long as I was serving Moloch's machine was happy to have me living a particular type of comfortable life, which was to my great detriment as an individual. In service of what, right? In service of who or what? Shout out to Leslie down there. I see you. Can't quite read your chats right now, but I see you working. Vider, city limit. That's Vider, Texas. Am I in Texas now? If so, that's one of the most racist places there is. Let me see. Are we in Texas? The technology won't tell me. Could still be in Louisiana. Yeah, we got to be in Texas. Yeah, Vider's where undercover cop lied in court and sent like 50 people to prison for drug dealing. That's a famous story. Yeah, it was right here in Vidor, Vidor, Texas. It's one of the most racist places of all time. On the word of a white man, cast like 40 plus people into prison. All black, of course, for crack dealing and such. Which I'm look, you know, did most of them probably engage in the crack game at some point? Yeah, probably, but this man still went to court and lied on them. It's, you know, they were probably so good at it, right, that they weren't able to be incarcerated, and we needed a white man to lie on them to get them into jail through the legal system. Anyway, bear with me. It's time to pull over and relieve myself. So I think I'll pull into the old Road Ranger here. These used to be, a lot of these used to be in league with Pilot Flying J. No longer. But when I first started in truck driving, occasionally I would go to a Road Ranger to get fuel. And it would be also like a Pilot, kind of like a Pilot truck stop, but not necessarily. You know, that some of the things they would have and some of the things they wouldn't. Like some of the, you know, your card, your rewards card might do certain things, but not do other things. If that makes sense. Or mine. Oh shit. Is this a wide spot? Yeah, we got a wide spot. Oh, good. I won't even have to pull into the Road Ranger. We got a wide spot on the access road. Even better. Even better. Now, for some reason, the tablet doesn't know where I am, so it wants me to type in a location. From my experience, it's going to later on put in its own location based off the ELD that's built into the truck. But whatever. Anyway, you're right back. Yeah, Leslie's talking about how nobody's chatting. Yeah, it's I'm kind of trained over time to chat. At a certain point, the culture changed around here, where people were less willing to put themselves out there. Right. But Leslie ain't scared. Leslie's got a lot of courage. She ain't scared of nothing. I can promise you that. Now I can't remember if I muted the mic or not, so I guess I'm either talking to you or I'm not. All right. I guess that's always the case. Oh, I washed my fanny pack and it came out. As I suspected, it has a label in there that says "Do not machine wash, spot clean only." And I'm guessing it's because they want to sell more fanny packs because it's perfect. It came out, looks fucking brand new out of the washing machine. And what's interesting to me, also, am I here? Oh, I turned the camera. Okay, I see what I did. I turned the camera on briefly. What's also interesting to me is I've been talking a lot about the surrealism, the idea of a waking dream and the unreality, and it's just becoming my day-to-day existence as far as my truck driving job and the people I talk to, to get the job done, and just it's becoming less. Well, in person's different, but like whoever's at the company that I'm talking to long distance over an app, by the way, it's becoming just less and less. It's more and more fleeting and just like pieces of paper, just like blowing away in the wind almost. It's like, sure, I'm going to operate within certain parameters, but at this point, I start, and I always have a part of my brain that is, it's kind of like Howie Long, this football player. He used to say that, he was early in his football career, he was making the Pro Bowl. He was considered one of the best players at his position in the entire league. And he said in his mind, when they, because during the football season, they will cut players. He said in his mind, he was going to get cut that week. So I always have competitively a part of my brain is, well, maybe they haven't given me an assignment yet because they're just going to tell me to deadhead from Houston to Dallas and they're going to fire me, right? Which is it's always possible, but it's unlikely, right? It's always possible, but certainly unlikely. It would be more likely that, not that now there's self-driving trucks. There was already self-driving trucks between Dallas and Houston because remember the system can't go just day one. Okay, now we're hauling, general freight on these driverless trucks. They have to do the pilot program. So the pilot program's been operating for however, and they started it with humans in the seat, right? And then over time, it was like now the person doesn't necessarily have to just be right there ready to take over the wheel, And then eventually it's like, okay, now we're going to do it without a human in the truck at all, which that happened for a period of time. So what I'm saying is economically, the market's already adjusted to that. So maybe the company is like, and also, I have 30 hours left on my 70. This is also a load. Sometimes the load is structured where the driver can take a 34-hour restart before they make the delivery, right? So, I might be done for the day. I don't fucking know. Or they might be firing me, which in a way that would have its own advantages, in a way, assuming my car still works. The thing barely started last time I went back to the yard, but then I realized I think it's because those computers, they get used to like the atmospheric conditions. So there's, it's not that humid in Southern California. So I think what happened is there was a bunch of rainstorms and probably all the air, that was the air that was initially sucked into the engine was probably way too humidified and wet. And it started, a few minutes later. But at first I was like, oh shit, is this motherfucker not going to start? But yeah, assuming my car works, I mean, part of me would prefer to go back to the yard, clean the truck out, and just roll the fuck out. Sure. Oh, no signal. No signal on the tablet. Okay. Hang on, let me drain the coffee while I'm here. Yeah, this coffee is inconsistent. What I'm noticing is what I get out of the machines that grind the beans and then make, the 1 cup at a time, the caffeine is way more consistent than what comes out of the urn, you know. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. It is chocolate time though. Theobromine, chocolate. I mean, a little bit of caffeine, but yeah, theobromine. As I get up back on the interstate here. Dickie's Barbecue Pit. And that's I'm sure that started as just some guy, fucking Dickie, right? Probably, although not necessarily. But eventually, now it's a corporate, franchise. There it is in a modern, large, well, medium-sized truck stop. A cleaned up, sanitized version of whoever that original fella was. You know, probably driving around with a barbecue trailer behind his pickup. That's America. And millions and however many hundreds of thousands or millions of people try that over time, and there's a few people like Dickie, and eventually it's a sign on the side of a building. And then go in the truck stop and they have Dickie's Barbecue Pit brand food or whatever. But it's no longer anything like what it was, initially. Right? Pray for our nation. I don't have a nation. What are you talking about? I'm not part of a nation. I'm an indivisible. I'm the highest. What I am can never be a nation. Let's speak more correctly. What I am can never be a nation or a part of a nation. You say God bless America or pray for America. The most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational energy says, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know what a nation is. What's that? I'm Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk, bebopping around, Mr. Magoo style, unable to see calamity, can't conceptualize calamity. What are you talking about? So back to the Red Viking trucker. He's all in the hysteria of, oh, well, now shipping's down, international shipping's down 50% or whatever the fuck is being promoted. And he's all in his fear space, right? So and he's been this way over time anyway. He's one of these big, not a prepper, but somebody who will be like, he'll cover some sort of something in the news. And, he, again, baby truther style, thinks he has some version of insider information. He's now coming to realize that because he had a relatively popular channel within truck driving, that in fact people have used him specifically to get out information that they knew was lies, right? Various organs of the government or whatever, right? Whatever that is, that whole machinery. But he's still beating this drum of, it's going to get real bad, folks, and prepare, and you better be prepared, and it's fear mongering, right? It's a fear space, and I was in mine certainly for a long time because of the fake pandemic. Not at it and at a certain point, yeah, I saw fit to. I was doing a hell of a lot of prepping, but I, being a strategic thinker, realized, well, if the shit really goes down, which by the way, the shit has really gone down and continues to, but in a predictive programming like full Mad Max, I was buying things that absolutely could be traded for whatever I needed. So it's like, well, it doesn't really matter. I don't need to go out here and buy all these different types of things for me and my family. It's like, no, I'll buy a whole bunch of these specific items that will absolutely, I can just say, here, I'll give you this thing and give me that, I'll take 200 pounds of rice or whatever, in a Mad Max. Anyway, give me a minute. More chocolate. By the way, to show you how your taste buds can't be trusted in some ways, people talk about how bitter the chocolate is. As far as, once a person gets into dark chocolate and it's like 70%, and then, just sort of over time getting used to it. This is 100%, has no bitter taste to me whatsoever. Doesn't taste bitter in the slightest. Isn't that interesting? Shout out to the listeners. Thank y'all. I appreciate it. So back to Red Viking Trucker. So here's where you can tell he has not questioned his own ideas. It's because I've noticed a theme on his last few videos. He's always bringing everything back to the point of get ready, because now Walmart and Target and these big box stores are saying, there's going to be empty shelves in certain types of products, right? And his thing's always get ready, be prepared. So in a question everything strategic thinker sense, okay, I want to know when will be the time to not prepare. So if we're viewing this as in a vacuum, normalcy would be to not need to prepare. And make no mistake, when people say make America great again, that's their idea of a time in which everything is provided. There's a job with a living wage. You go to the supermarket, they have the food, right? The local retailer has the products. All of this is affordable. There's gas, affordable gas to put in the car to drive around town. That's what people mean when they say make America great again. Raise the kids, go to church, right? Go to the bake sale, community, all of these things, high school football, all of that, whatever it is. So that would be the time to not prepare, presumably, right? But then logically, that's what I want to know. So I typed into his comments this morning, when is it not the time to prepare? Meaning, like, realistically speaking, if a person's in their fear space and they're thinking that way, it's never not going to be the time to prepare. So yeah, I understand that I enjoy watching some of his videos over time, but it's like, am I really going to tune in? And, I mostly listen, but, and I don't often, it's not oftentimes I insult somebody based on their looks, but when he first got with this woman and they started truck driving together, and, he's in his 60s and she's in her 40s, this is not an attractive woman. I mean, she's just not good looking in any way, but he kept going on and on about her beauty, right? And so now this is not a face for a thumbnail. It's just not, I'm not trying to be insulting here. But so, am I really going to have this showing up in my feed to tune in and to listen to the ugliness of his discourse, right? Where is the beauty in this discourse? He himself went through congestive heart failure, almost died. And in fact, right about the time, but it's interesting, right about the time I was going through my own, wrestling with death and all of this, I was certainly actively dying at a time, my physical body at least, which in retrospect, that was all the things that my body needed to kill in order to heal, right? So yeah, in this process of healing, my body was like, yeah, well, we got to kill all this stuff that ain't good. We can't live and keep all of this alive, right? So first we got to kill all this, partner, but only after you choose life, buddy. Because at a certain point, my organs were like, well, I guess he really is going to kill us. So we're tapping out, buddy. I guess he's really going to kill us. And then that was the point at which I said, well, I guess I'm actually going to live now. And so now here's your reward, Benton. 2+ years of being physically sick every single day to the level which most people would take themselves to the fucking hospital or call an ambulance. That's how sick I was every single day for over 2 years. Right? So what? I'm one of them pain don't hurt motherfuckers. Who cares? Who cares? And many people have been through far worse than that. Really wasn't that bad overall, but yet sucked at the time. Of course it did. Business is not capable of giving a fuck about humans. It cannot care, right? Again, in America, everything's a business. This is Moloch's machine. Business can't give a fuck about humanity. It's not capable of caring about humanity or holding humanity. They're slow merging me. We're going 40 miles an hour. 40 with the lane ending because this person has developed a pattern where they slow merge on the interstate and they have to, somebody has to pass them so that they can speed up. 40 miles an hour. On an interstate. If that person was given a task within the context of fixing dystopia, they're not capable of whatever the task would be. They cannot be trusted to get anything done. But the corporate structure, Moloch's machine, is perfectly designed to deal with them no matter what. It has a place for them, right? It has a way to deal with them, to account for them. No matter what. To then confer any measure of capability or competence onto these people is a mistake. Now they've closed the entire interstate. I don't know where they're sending me now. They've got us on the access road. That's just fucking weird. Hang on, I got to figure out what's happening here. Did I miss a turn, or is this just what they're doing to all the traffic? Oh. Strange. Yeah, I guess the interstate's closed. Now, it can never be a coincidence that I was the leader. When the group of traffic I'm in went into that and exited the freeway, but didn't know what was about to happen, surprise, surprise, Benton's in the lead. And now we've caught up to another group. But for those few moments of uncertainty, Benton was in the lead. Probably the most capable of encountering the uncertainty. And now that it's certain again, all the traffic is rushing around, right? And some of it's local traffic, but it's mostly people who now realize, okay, at some point in the future, we're going to get back on the interstate. So now they're rushing around me, which is fine. But that can never be a coincidence that those same people who are in a big fat hurry to get around me were just surprise, surprise, hanging back and followed me. Right. Now, some of them drive here every day and they know it's, but then some of this they only do at night also. It's like, yeah, they're going to only work at night and then this will all be back. The road will be open for the daytime. And it's Sunday, by the way. So what better time to do all of this? A flashing yellow light, truck driver. You're not supposed to stop there, but since there's a vehicle a police vehicle with flashing blue and red lights, he came to a complete stop, even though it's a yellow flashing light, as if it would somehow be wrong to proceed through the yellow flashing light. It's like, well, actually, that's what you're supposed to do. The cop could pull him over and be like, hey, man, like, why are you stopping? That's a flashing yellow light. You're not supposed to stop for that. What the fuck is wrong with you? Let the car know, you can do whatever you want, car, but I'm staying in this lane and I'm going straight. You're going to have to figure it the fuck out for yourself. Because there's, again, this is one of the main reasons I'm able to do this job. I expect people to do the dumbest thing possible, and I'm rarely disappointed. They just did the dumbest thing they possibly could have done. As I was on the air horn trying to get them to not do the dumb thing. Meaning, hey, I'm a slow big rig. How about you just press on the gas and get in front of me? Oh, you'd rather stop because there's a broke down vehicle over there blocking the road? Okay, just go over there and stop then. I don't care. Whatever. Again, uncertainty. Paralyzed with fear and uncertainty. Most people cannot act when they are experiencing fear and uncertainty. They are unable to act discreetly. Unable. Those people froze. They went into a fight or flight or freeze. They froze. They didn't know what to do because it became an unfamiliar situation. What do? We freeze. And I'm honking the horn trying to get them out of their frozenness, and they can't. They're frozen. That's a person, by the way. That's part of what it is to be a human who's not in touch with their own nature. My essence is not capable of that. What I am is not capable of that. All right? They just proved what they're identified with and what they're not identified with. So for Red Viking Trucker, his problem is he thinks it's relevant that he's able to find reasons to prepare. What I'm saying is, if we look at the opposite of this concept of preparation, I want to know what would have to happen for you to not tell me to prepare. What would that look like? But I don't think he knows. Now, I've been driving deliberately slow for the entirety of this broadcast. And time after time after time, because of the changing road conditions and the construction, I look in my mirror and it's just a big old group of cars and trucks back there. What are they doing? They know that they don't want to lead the way into the great unknown. And somehow they just can tell that I am capable, at least to meet that minimum standard of this is someone we would follow. They know that. And again, that's why I get followed around the super center a few times a month, right? It does tend to coincide with a certain biological cycle of females, which more or less, not, it's different, but more or less it's, at certain times of the month, more or less. Sometimes I'm in Los Angeles and I'm getting stared at by women and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And then I look at the calendar and I'm like, oh yeah, first of the month, of course. Their bodies are desiring a specific type of genetics at that time. Oh, here he is. It's a biological imperative. What's the biological imperative? To make a son specifically who will have the greatest opportunity to spread her genetics the farthest by going out here and banging a lot of broads. That's what that is. Mm, mm, mm. Now, if I'm in fact infertile, as I suspect, then when they get close enough to smell me, their body would know, oh, he can't knock us up. Isn't that interesting? If that is in fact the case, and I've never verified that, but on some level, it would make some sense, right? I certainly performed enough trials that if it was possible, it should have happened at some point. Yeah. Number one was on birth control, but I doubt that there'd have to be times where she was, but she wasn't. You know what I mean, lady? I'm just assuming. Maybe not. Who knows? But number two wasn't. What's up, VC? Good to see you, sir. And by the way, that none of that is a compliment to Benton, right? It's not like, oh, Benton's awesome. It's like, no, Benton, for whatever reason, you know, has the body and all of this was based on certain genetics that are, for whatever reason, are prized in certain ways. Who cares? I didn't do any of that. But I'll talk about it. I have dominant facial features, but still somewhat attractive. So no chin, but I got a jawline, right? And I literally have hands the size of an NFL quarterback, except I'm just 5'10" and just more or less. Well, now I'm scrawny, but I'm just more or less like a normal sized dude. Big hands and feet, decent enough facial symmetry. And this, by the way, this shows you something about this. What the system promotes, this idea that Bradley Cooper was the sexiest man alive. One of his eyeballs is in the wrong place. I don't know if y'all have ever noticed that. He has a perfectly symmetrical face, except one of his eyeballs is in the wrong place. Like, I have a version of that. It's like, yeah, it looks at first glance, but then when you really inspect the facial symmetry, it's like, yeah, no, it's almost there, but not quite. Right? Close, but no cigar. It's like, no, Bradley Cooper is not was never the sexiest man alive. This is ridiculous. What are you talking about? But then if it was Sean Connery or whoever, it's like, well, okay, he has the facial symmetry to possibly be that, right? Or a Denzel Washington or whoever, Brad Pitt. It's like I managed to just barely get into the bottom end of the he'll do category, right? If it's a particular time of the month and a woman's body is wanting to be ravaged or whatever, it's not like it's just I happen to be right there in the right time and just barely meet the criteria to get stared at. And then I'm like, why am I getting stared? Oh, that's right. I remember. Oh, it must be that time of the month. Right. The worst is when they come around in the wrong kind of the time of the month, and I'm like, shit, I got to get my testosterone checked if they're coming around in the middle part of the month. Like, holy shit. Now they've gotten Chad's genetics and they're looking for a boyfriend. Now Chad done shot the sperm. Multiple Chads have probably shot the sperm in, and she might be knocked up. So now she might be looking for a nice guy. It's like, well, wait a minute. What's wrong that she's not? Why am I being looked at funny at the middle part of the month? What is this? And usually it's just that they're lost and confused, right? It's like, now wait a minute, I better make sure I got enough lead in my pencil over here. If I'm getting mistaken for the provider type, right? Like, wait a minute, bitch, I'm homeless. Because if it's the first of the month and I'm like, well, bitch, I'm homeless, they might be like, well, we just want the sperm. But we're not worried about the rest of it. You know, wham bam, thank me, ma'am, and get on out of here, buddy. You know. But never mind, we're getting a whiff of you, and the pheromones are telling us that you know, you don't something ain't right with the sperm quality. So hit the bricks, partner. And to be, by the way, if VC's still here, for you to be in a relationship with a woman is to understand that that dynamic is never not present, right? And you know, I'm not fully, you know, I'm sort of joking with the fertility thing. You know, at one point I did suspect I had knocked some broad up and she had to go take care of it, but she started acting weird later. But you know, I shouldn't say some broad, but either way, it was in a specific phase of my life that I'm no longer proud of. But not that I did any harm to anybody, but it's not what I would now want to. I thought it was cool at the time. Now I'm like, no, not really. In retrospect, pardon me. And you know that the fact is, to be a man in a relationship with a woman, you know, let's just say that VC, to use him as an example, is capable of dominating a woman physically, like sexually. And because remember, this is, you know, it's gotten so the feminism has gotten to the point where, you know, as a, you know, someone who can LARP as a, you know, stereotypical heterosexual white male, right? You know, some of this is verboten, but you know, in the context of the kink community, like dom sub is a thing, right? It's just what they say is, yeah, that's perfectly. Feminism says that's all perfectly fine, but you know, but it's not allowable in a strictly Christian, you know, God, man, woman, child context, right? So you know, the so-called kink community is like, we have no problem with a dominant male and a submissive woman, but you're going to have to put it through. You have to run it through our lens, right? Just you can't, you know, it can't be somebody in a trailer park somewhere knocking up, you know, somebody living in poverty, you know, knocking up women and then, you know, dominating them or whatever financially and, you know, barefoot pregnant in the kitchen style, anything but that, right? And various versions of that. So the reality is, you know, for me to have a 10-year relationship with an attractive, submissive woman, by the way, a feminine, charming, submissive woman, that only happens as long as I'm actively dominating, right? Like looking back on it, you know, I was happy to undergo all of that at the time, but I probably could have skipped like the last 3 years of it, by the way. And then, but that was a whole process of like almost like a conscious uncoupling to some extent. I was beginning to operate it that way. It's like, yeah, I can see now we're in the process of disentangling all of this, right? It's like, do you really even want to subject yourself to that? Because make no mistake, sir, anything short of that is to be dominated by a female, and you can't be a man dominated by a female. Meaning, it's not possible to be a man and also be have a woman for a boss, right? Like these things are mutually exclusive. You can't inhabit the status of manhood at a level of biology and have a woman running your affairs, meaning in charge of you, right? So it's one or the other. Like Moloch's machine, by the way, and this is why the Ozzy and Harriet falls short, because when it suited Moloch's machine to have an Ozzy and a Harriet in the post-war period and a baby boom, and now the man is the breadwinner, and the milkman is able to to own his own home, and his wife gets to stay home and raise the kids, and maybe she has a little side hustle here and there, maybe, right? But this is also under a culture of, Americans living below their means. They're saving money. They're not really investing so much as they're saving money, right? And at the time, economically, we're able to use compound interest, right? And then eventually maybe 401k or whatever. But this was a culture for a long time in America. Well, that's because that's what suited Moloch's machine at the time in order to perfectly achieve its goals, right? So now what serves Moloch's machine is a culture and an environment where, now it's the woman dominating in a lot of ways, right? Meanwhile, VC, you can't be a man. If a woman can dominate you, you're not a man, period. So if we took a man as I was made and all, when I was socialized, all the boys were made to pass into manhood or they weren't accepted in society. Now VC's not accepted in society except if he's willing to prove that he will not oppress his woman, which, by the way, isn't even his woman, right? Even the notion of possession. And by the way, VC, this is how a 20-year-old, a 24 or 25-year-old now is starting to sidle up to me at the egg section and standing side by side with me having a motherfucking conversation. And her man is pushing the buggy and he's just right there. This happened to me for the first time, VC. Her man is right there, except she's the man. She wears the pants. That's her fella that she's in a relationship with. That's not a man, though. I look at that and say, well, that's obviously that's a male. That's not a man, right? I'm creeped out by the whole thing. And let's forget about, I know people are going to start to make specific jokes about, well, he wants this, that. I don't care what he wants. Right. I was raised under this rugged individualism. Go out here and make the world your bitch in some way. Like whatever he wants or doesn't want is beside the point. That's got nothing to do with me. All I know is I want to get my eggs and get the fuck out of here. Right. Now the bozo would say, well, of course she's standing next to you. She needs eggs. Except what you don't know is that the entire bottom row is 20 feet of the same kind of eggs. Nobody's in the egg section. I walked to a specific area where it's 20 fucking feet of the exact same kind of eggs. And I'm looking at them. She came up next to me and stood within my personal space next to me. For some reason, it's always on my right side. They never do this to my left. It's always specifically to my right for some reason. I don't know why that is. And there she is. And now we're talking, right? And her fella's right there with the buggy. What is this? Well, because he can't be in a relationship with a female and also be viewed as an upstanding member of society because he has to prove, and this is the anti-racism, it's not enough to be a feminist, you have to be anti-sexist. Well, here's one of the ways we do that by affirming it. And this is what VC, because of his high level of education, he was expected to jump through some of these hoops. I know he was. All right. But now he thinks he's going to maintain his manhood. So if I'm willing to say that he is a man, and I won't know until I'm physically around him, but probably he is. I'm just going to probably. It's probably the specific reason why his last relationship failed, because he probably wasn't able to go all the way down the road of complete and total emasculation, meaning at some point his woman is going to be doing some version of being in the supercenter talking to Benton, because I can't ever fully give up my man card and just consent to emasculation, right? So probably at some point in the relationship, BC's seeing his woman about to fully emasculate him, and he's like, well, we can't have that, And now she's like, oh, why are you being insecure? Isn't that what they always say, VC? Isn't that what she says 100% of the time when you think you're going to sit her down and talk it out in your own foolishness? There is no talking it out. Talking it out is I give her a look like, really, bitch? Really, bitch? This is what we're doing? Now they'll play possum, VC. They'll play possum. They know if they want to get into a relationship with VC because he has the potential to earn $250,000 a year right now, right? And they're looking at him as a as resources. They when they meet him, they are experts in we have to be just feminine enough, just submissive enough, right? To lull him into thinking that we're going to go along with his program. That's what it is, BC, right? Well, part of my way of defeating that was I never had anything anyway. I waited tables at the fucking Outback when I was working at a gas station when I met number two, you know, and then went to work at Outback for fuck's sake. But I'm from Arkansas. I found an attractive woman who grew up on a chicken farm in Arkansas. The fact that I had a job and did not go to jail and was employable, that was good enough for her. So she weren't out here looking for a fella that had an earning potential. She was out here looking at the attractive men who were willing to date her. And then it was like, well, this one is very attractive, right, to her. Okay. And I was in the process of taking my natural attraction and magnifying it, right? So I took whatever would attract her to me naturally and I enhanced it through my own behaviors, right? And then I led the way and said, hey, bitch, if you're willing to follow, come on. Are you coming? Right? So that's the notion of the old school approach. And see, this is dead now because of social media. This is dead because of dating apps. But back in my day, which wasn't that long ago, it was I just needed to know how to go out and get phone numbers. I need 10 phone numbers. So when I want to take a broad on a date, which is what is the date? The date is her opportunity to get to know me enough and for me to say, basically for her to prove that she's going to jump through all of my hoops. If I'm willing to, okay, sex is my reward. Her reward is my willingness to be in a relationship with her. Period. End of story. I want pussy. She wants a man. That's it. That's it. And that's all. I'm not dependent on her for pussy. She's not necessarily dependent on me for a relationship. I control her access to being in a relationship with me. She controls my access to her vagina. That's the entirety of the exchange, fellas, ladies. So if I am able to get her so interested in me that she values being in a relationship with me and I'm willing to be in a relationship with her, it's I'm leading and she's following. The moment she stops following, well, we're no longer in a relationship because the woman I'm in a relationship with follows my lead or we're not in a relationship. But I don't sit her down and explain this to her. See? The moment she stops following my lead, she discontinues. She's no longer my woman. And by the way, I no longer even accept the notion of possession. But back then, I was actually, into that concept to some extent. That's my woman, right? It's like, well, now it's just like, yeah, that's even sounds ridiculous to hear myself say that, right? Completely fucking ridiculous. And what would happen to her is, especially after I convinced her to come traveling around living the bohemian gypsy homeless lifestyle, which she loves, by the way. You're welcome. Like I changed her whole life for the better. I did that, you know. I overcame her own resistance to be able to give her a gift. Think about that. I did that. That's how badass I am. And I know she appreciates it. There's no way she doesn't. But make no mistake, that she never would have left her hometown ever, ever, ever. Now, as far as I know, she still permanently lives traveling the country with a man who's not me. Great. A man who can protect and provide, in some way, if only an RV and, access to employment, the sugar beet harvest or whatever, seasonal work, living, again, living below their means such that they don't have to work there. They're living a lifestyle where they don't have to slave away for corporations full time, year round, right? They don't have to do that. Part of that is being willing to live in a, camper and go work the North Dakota beet harvest a couple of months a year or whatever, and maybe be on food stamps at times, right? Whatever, whatever it is. Hell, maybe year round, who knows? And I see Leslie down there, and again, none of this is to insult women. It's it's an examination of it's an examination of dynamics from a male standpoint, or a standpoint of being a man. So what was modeled to me as a child was my dad is the breadwinner, he's the boss, he's in charge, he's got the veto power, he makes the decisions, right? But not oppressing my mother, because that's what my mother was socialized to follow, right? My mother was socialized to, part of her being a woman was to go along with all of this. And now she'll say, I should have divorced your father like much earlier, right? Because it's like she was entrapped in that whole notion of, like, a lot of her identity was tied up in, living a specific life based on, keeping a home and doing what she was told to some extent, and all of these things, right? Being basically offering herself up to being bossed around in a way, right? And domineered, right? Which my thing was never domination, or my domination was in the bedroom. Let's be clear. Mine, I understood psychologically, was, what she responds to is, in order for her to feel comfortable being her full submissive feminine self, I'm going to need to be my full dominant self, but I'm going to do it in the bedroom primarily, right? And that works for us, which, I don't want to go again. And this is a big part of why I'm not free to get into another relationship. I'm done with the sexual Olympics. That's like training for a sport. Like, really, it is. In order for me to be able to do that to my female partner on an ongoing basis, I'm talking to you, VC. If you think you're going to get into a romantic relationship with one of these modern broads and do to her at the level of jackhammering her, seriously, with your physical tool, doing to her what's required on an ongoing basis, that's a motherfucking sport, sir. Are you training? I trained for that. I'm not kidding. Breathing exercises, Kegels, weightlifting, right? I could physically scoop her up at any time and physically do whatever needed to be done in a sexual context that she needed done any moment in time for years, sir. That's full ownership of me saying, okay, she's willing to provide what I need or what I believe I need. And in exchange, I must provide what she needs. Otherwise, she is absolutely going to go get it somewhere else. 100% of the time, sir. If I'm not, and I'm just going to be crude, if I wasn't dicking her down multiple motherfucking orgasm style with my penis, right, on a fucking daily basis, meaning I had to be able to delay my ejaculation, meaning I'm reading her signs, and I'm like, all right, she's almost there. Okay, I better start with my breathing. I better do my breathing exercises. Okay, now just Go all the way in, hold it there, and just do my breathing exercises while she goes through fucking ecstasy after ecstasy after ecstasy, wave after motherfucking wave, because her body's doing whatever it needs to do, because her cervix is rubbing against my thing that's hitting her spot. That's your job, fellas. If you want to be in a romantic relationship with a woman and you think she's going to be submissive to you, if you can't do that every single day, don't even show up and apply, because she's going to go get it from Chad when you're not around 100% of the time. And it's not going to have anything to do with she's immoral. It's not going to have anything to do with she's bad. It's not going to have anything to do with anything other than her body needs that. And if you don't give it to her, she's going to go get it. And they're all that way. And if you don't accept it, you're not in a relationship with a woman, because you've created a delusion in your own head. And that's what you're in a relationship with, VC. That's what you just went through. You created something in your own mind, and you had a relationship with a figment of your own motherfucking imagination. Because for me to go back into a relationship, yeah, could I absolutely meet a 30-year-old? Could I stay in a relationship with her? Not without going into training again, not without physically putting myself back to a place where I can absolutely do what I just described at any moment in time. I'm not there right now. I can't do that every day of the week. I can do that once a week, maybe. Maybe. Am I physically capable of literally going into training, right? And taking specific supplements, right? And increasing my caloric intake so that my testosterone goes back to, probably medically high testosterone again. See what I'm saying? Right? Think about this. Training just to be able to fuck that broad well enough that she's not going to Chad. So the only way to keep her from going to Chad is I got to be Chad. I don't want to be Chad. I don't want to be Chad anymore. I'm 40 motherfucking 9 years old, buddy. Why I got to be Chad? Fuck. But I'm here to tell you, if you think you're going to have a relationship, VC, with a woman and you're going to maintain your manhood, you got to be Chad for her every single day from now until the end of time or the end of your relationship. If you're not willing to accept that, don't even apply. Or all you're doing is signing up for heartache, because, yeah, the moment you stop knocking it out of the motherfucking park between the sheets, she's going to go find somebody to do that. And by the way, if you're not managing her psychology, somebody's going to run psychological game on her, and you're going to be not in the picture long enough, and she's going to fucking trip and fall onto some dick. That's how they are, buddy. And you can talk to them all you want. You can let's put our two heads together and get our game faces on, and she's going to agree with everything you say, and then she's still going to go potentially trip and fall on some dick somewhere. That's all part of how it goes, right? And the fact is, did I agree to have a girlfriend in my 20s? I wasn't capable in my 20s of some chick come sniffing around, and now she's willing to sneak me up to her dorm room, and my girlfriend's downstairs in my dorm room. I was in college, literally leaving my girlfriend in my dorm room, sneaking up the fucking back stairs and fooling around with this chick in my dorm. I wasn't capable of saying no to that. So I recognize that about me. How can I not give that to a woman? How can I not say, well, I understand there's a part of this woman who's not capable of tripping. She lacks the capability of preventing herself from tripping and falling on some dick here and there. My thing was like, once I reached the age of maturity, once I got, into understanding true female nature as much as possible from a male's perspective, my thing was like, hey, basically like to say it to her without saying it, just don't let me know. If you accidentally trip and fall on some dick, it's okay. I'm not mad at you. Just, I don't really want to know. Right. pretty please with sugar on top. Can I be left out of that? Because it's this idea of, oh, you know, it's bad enough we cheated. Now we're going to go confess. Absolutely not. My thing is like, hey, are you going to do it again with that same dude? If the answer is no, don't fucking tell me. Right? And half the time, VC, by the way, half the time, more than half the time, I've done such a good job competitively in the bedroom. The chances of her tripping and falling on a dick that's going to be able to match my performance, it's very, very low. So probably she's not going to want to do it with him again anyway. Now it's like it's his psychological game. Can he psychologically manipulate her strong enough to get her back into coming back for more, even though he ain't got the good dick? See, this is, to be in a relationship with a woman, you're taking all this on, buddy. Do you really want to take all that on? And I don't care if you met her in church. I don't care where you met her. I don't care if she's agreeing to go to church with you. I don't care what words are coming out of her mouth. Because I know her nature by watching her. I know her nature by growing up with badass women in my life and watching what they did, right? I know my nature by watching what my dad did and by watching what I did. When my hormones were so fucking high, I didn't have the capacity to say no to some pussy. But it had to facilitate. Because I already had a woman. But if pussy came around and was willing to facilitate everything and all I had to do was show up, I couldn't say no. I lacked the capacity to say no. Right? They have their own version of that. When the fucking planets align, they lack the ability to say no to falling on some dick. It's how they are. They can't do nothing about it. Accept it or don't. If you choose not to accept it, don't fuck with women. I like women, and I know that about them. I've been knowing this about them for many years, and I like women. If you're not willing to accept them for exactly who they are, don't bother. Because you're going to have a bad time. They're going to chew you up and spit you out, and they've just chewed up the last dude, and they spit him out, and they're going to chew up the next one. Guess who never gets chewed up and spit out? Benton. It sort of kind of happened with my first wife, but not really. Kind of, sort of, not really. Right. And now, since, it's a blessing in a way, because now if you can't put forth the right image on a dating app, they don't want you anyway. Good. But see, the red pill notion is hit the gym, right? Get your, it's, what do they call it? Work, money, or it's work, gym, home, or whatever. They got some fucking mantra, which is basically like, work on yourself. Yeah, I did all that before that was a thing, by the way. I did all of that before that was a thing. Now, I never had the high income, but I did my own version of that. So what? The same woman who will get into a relationship with me because I'm providing what she's decided she has to have on those 3 levels, right? Will fuck some of the most repugnant, disgusting motherfuckers you could ever imagine. She will. All of them will, BC. They're all that way. Every single, your mother's that way and your sister's that way. When the planets align, they will bang some of the most disgusting motherfuckers you could ever imagine. It's built into them. They can't do nothing about it. Just like it's built into you that under the right circumstances, what you will put your dick in. You know I'm right. But part of Moloch's machine and part of this life is we all, for some reason, agree to pretend like it's something other than that. It's not. It's not. It's exactly that at all times. Accept it or don't at your own peril. Right? But what I did was tap into my own competitive spirit, which is every single time I'm ever physically with this woman, I'm competing against every guy she's ever been with and whoever's coming after me. Right? And I'm almost certain at the end of the experience, you know, it'll be me and then maybe one other motherfucker somewhere, right? In her history. And then it'll be whoever else fell short. Now, VC, all you control is, are you one of the motherfuckers that fell short, or are you the motherfucker that she's going to remember at the end of the day? That's all you control. And you absolutely control that. Are you willing to put in the work? I was willing to put in the work, right? I was willing to put in the work. I didn't want to do Kegels and fucking lift weight. Well, I liked lifting weights, but, you know, and breathing exercises and male multiple orgasms and delay, you know, be able to delay my fucking ejaculation and all of this. But if you can't give her if you can't give her an internal orgasm with your penis, she's getting it somewhere else. Promise you. Promise you. Period, fellas. And the fact is, most guys can't do that. Most guys ain't capable of doing that. Most guys don't even know that's a thing, right? I know her prior husband wasn't able to do it just because of when the first couple of times we were together. I could tell based on what she was expecting. Oh, she's used to a motherfucker that can't put it on her like I can. Okay, well, time to show her what we got, right? And again, I apologize for speaking graphically, but if a fella thinks he's going to be, especially with one of these modern women, right? By the way, this is some repressed, fucking brainwashed Arkansas chick that grew up on a fucking chicken farm, right? But still modernized, you know, fun parties and sex toys and all that, right? The modern liberated version, the sexually liberated version. Oh, you think you're gonna have one of them in your under your roof, buddy? I'd say don't even bother. I'd say don't even bother. That's my opinion. You know. But then again, I had such such high hormone levels. I wasn't capable of living my life without a woman. As long as one was willing to have me, right? I wouldn't have been able to be just like, okay, well, this is such a raw deal for me. I'm not going to do it. You know, that's how powerful the allure of the pussy is, right? I mean, we all know that. But good Lord. Me and my first wife, when we started dating, 3 times a day, every day for the first year, right? And that's the number one thing they need out of us, especially at that age, right? But we've crafted a society and we're pretending like that it's all about a job and money and a household and church and raising kids. It's not. It's about she's got plumbing and she's got things going on downstairs. And in order for her to halfway be able to get through the day emotionally, it's better for her if there's somebody that can rearrange them parts 3 times a day. Great. Wonderful. And then, of course, that becomes less and less over time, right? Becomes less and less over time. But that's your job, fellas. That is your job. And by the way, it's your job even when she's a bitch. Well, especially when she's a bitch. And that's what fellas don't realize is she's being a bitch because you're not putting it on her. Right? Put it on her 3 times a day and see if she's a bitch to you. Right? I've never had a wife or girlfriend turn me down. The first my high school girlfriend was a bit of a prude in a way. Right? You know, this idea of you know, I got a headache or not. What do you mean? What, you have a headache? That's never been my reality. But the same girl a woman could be married to you and you think you're going to get a piece and she's got a headache and Chad knocked it out earlier that day. Same woman. Same woman. or she knows tomorrow Chad's going to knock it out. So she's got a headache at home with you that night, and tomorrow Chad's finna rearrange her parts for her. Same woman. But here's old Benton. My woman's never had a headache. I don't know what you're talking about. See what I'm saying? Who the fuck wants to be in a relationship, a committed relationship, and we're gonna have jobs and we're gonna share finances and maybe we're gonna make some kids and raise them, and I still got to be Chad between the sheets? Yeah, you do. If you want that woman to keep giving you pussy. Now, if you want to go get a series of side pieces, what's the point of even being in the relationship in the first place? See? Like, what are we doing here? Right? What are we even doing? Make it make sense. So, no half measures, VC, if you're still listening. No half measures. No half measures. Go all the way or don't bother. If you're not going to go all the way down that road, don't bother. Don't bother. And I would say don't bother. Just my opinion. I'm not bothering. You think I couldn't have a girlfriend or a wife based on what I know? Of course I could. There's nothing in it for me that I value. And I have no, again, I'm not into the bedroom Olympics anymore. Whatever, I've evolved past the part of viewing myself based on, oh, I'm able to do all these things. Who cares? Who cares? I don't care. Yeah, was it fun at the time? Sure. It was. Who cares? I don't give a fuck. Why do I need to keep doing that? I'm 49. It's over. Just let it be over. It's dead in the first place. It belongs to a realm of death, destruction, and delusion. What I am, can't be encapsulated in a fucking a life support system for an erection, by the way. Think about that. That's what I was to her on some level, a life support system for an erection. And that's what they mean when they say ick. See, men don't even know what the ick is. The ick is how she feels when she's looking at you, but you are a life support system for a penis, and she has no choice but to put up with the things she can't stand about you, because if she gets rid of you, her experience is now she's just with a different motherfucker, except he's not a life support system for a dildo, a fucking living dildo. Seriously. Some version of a sex robot. I'm not kidding. For real, fellas. So if you're not even doing that for her, why is she having you around? It's because she knows she can run all kind of psychological games on you and use you for your resources. Number one, I never had any resources to use. Number two, I was the life support system for the dildo from her perspective. Like, yeah. And by the way, as a man with a certain level of androgens in my 20s, like some version of, I got to put this thing somewhere, It's got to go somewhere, or it's going to be bad for, by the way, it'll be bad for society. I'm out here in loosened society with this thing in this condition. I'm not talking about the size. I'm talking about the rigidity, ladies. I know the ladies know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the rigidity and firmness. Back to a movie. Can you hammer a nail into a? It's basically, can you hammer a fucking nail into a piece of wood, or more or less? Whatever that Porky's or whatever that was. Because it's the older woman in Porky's. Basically, she knows exactly what she's showing up for. It's the cougar going after the college age man, because she just knows that her body needs that exact thing in that moment, right? And she's in the movie from the 80s, Porky's or whatever. I think it was Porky's. It might have even been the Belushi movie. I forget the name of that. Whatever that was, it's the idea of the married woman in her 40s intentionally going out and getting some young dick. And she says in the movie, can you do this? Can you hammer a nail into a fucking piece of wood? You know, but she had more of a clever way of saying it, but that was the message, right? Meaning, if you ain't got that, I'm not interested, right? Well, they're not going to come out and tell you that. If you're 20 something and she's 20 something, she probably doesn't even understand that to that extent, right? Meanwhile, back in the old days, when every male got the full the full shot of testosterone, we were all more or less that way. When I was 18, pretty much every guy was some version of that, right? And then it was like, okay, what are the characteristics of the rest of the life support machine for the dildo? So it's like we're starting with a premise of a specific level of firmness, right? And then it's like, okay, now if we assume that basically every guy of a certain age has that quality every single day, by the way, that's the notion of having to hold my breath or put my fucking, now the teacher's called me up to the blackboard and I gotta like, why is he taking his notebook up there with him? Or in my case, learning to hold my breath, like for real. So I could, when called to the blackboard, so I could go up to the blackboard. Well, pretty much all the guys were versions of that back then. 15, 16, 17, 14, 15, 16. And then pretty soon here's Benton, 17 years old, moving into his into his college dorm, rather, right? Same motherfucking thing, right? It's like, that's kind of the starting point. It's like, okay, this is where we start, meaning every single day, a certain level of rigidity, usually right out of the gate. Usually I'll open my eyes and we're already there back then. Okay, now what? Society, by the way, back then, Moloch's machine was set up to deal with that. Except now Moloch's machine has maneuvered things to where that's not really the case anymore for a lot of these fellas. A lot of the young fellas, that's not how they wake up every morning, right? They're not awakened by something going on downstairs. Like most of my life, it woke me up. I didn't wake up. That woke me up most of my life. And then it was like, oh my God, I got to take a piss. How am I going to urinate with this happening? Like, what is this? Oh, wait a minute. I got to contort my body to a particular angle so that the pee goes into the toilet. By the way, the piss boner. Y'all don't know nothing about that, ladies. Guess what? Nowadays, most of the fellas don't know anything about that. That was every single motherfucking day for me back in the day, and probably most of my male counterpart. Now, some of the less manly, some of the, some of the more, some of the ones that, I was on the higher end of the producing the androgens. The ones on the lower end of the scale, I'm pretty sure still have their own version of that. And by the way, people don't understand the movie Revenge of the Nerds. Go back and look at that movie. Here's what Revenge of the Nerds was about. Society used to be about jocks, a particular type of Chad. Now it's going to be about introverts and nerds, but a new type of Chad. So go back and watch that movie. The dominant nerd had just as much testosterone as the dominant jock. They were exactly the same. Even the actors that portrayed them. And what did the stereotype of the geek or the nerd used to be? Gigantic Adam's apple. What is an Adam's apple? It's a sign of high testosterone. It's androgens, right? Guess who's got a gigantic motherfucking Adam's apple, right? It's associated with masculinity, right? It used to be a given. Every guy had a fucking, now some had a bigger Adam's apple, right? This all comes to bear. Have you met any 20-year-olds? They have breasts, right? They are not making testosterone anymore. Okay. A few of them are. Most of them ain't producing testosterone. Not like my generation was. So, VC, do you want to play the testosterone game? Maybe you do, but that's what you're signing up for, sir. If you're still listening, you're signing up for the testosterone game. And every single time she needs it put on her, it's not going to be, she's not in the mood, sir. That's what's hilarious about this. It's not, I'm not in the mood and she's not in the mood. It's you ain't in the mood. Think about that. You're stressed, but remember, you're a life support system for an erection, and not an erection, a specific erection. The hardest of the hard, the firmest of the firm. Can you hammer a nail into a board? Literally, from her perspective. But she's not going to come out and tell you that. Her body's going to tell you that, and her behaviors are going to tell you that. Can you read the signs? Right. This is how I knew, in spite of doing my job in the bedroom. See, the psychological comes in. See, it's not enough. It's got to be mind, body, and spirit. See, mind, body, and spirit. And see, this is why I'm out of this game, and this is why you see priests don't take wives, and the idea of a Buddhist monk and all of this. Yeah, they don't have a broad, and they don't fuck, generally speaking. This is part of the reason, because it's not enough to just do that to her in the bedroom. So what I know, when my woman started tripping back in the day, and I already know, well, I'm putting it on her in the bedroom. That's a given. So when she starts tripping, and I start thinking, why is this bitch tripping? And I start reviewing all the data, and I'm like, oh, because I want to be good to my woman. Number one, that has nothing to do with her. That's a me problem. Oh, I want to be good to my woman. What's that got to do with anything? How does that line up with her needs? She needs a minimum level of abuse, like it or not. Why? Because on some level, she knows she ain't shit. That's part of what it is to be a woman, fellas. On some level, she knows she ain't shit. I hate to break it to you. That's the whole idea of insecurities, right? Yeah, sure. That's all going on inside of her. It just is. So I'm reviewing the data, and I'm like, wait a minute. I've been too good to this broad for about the last week. So what do? Oh, it's wintertime. Oh, she's being a cunt to me. Oh, look, we have 2 cars. I've been so good to her. I don't work today. This bitch just assumes I'm going to go down. I'm going to leave the car that we have de-iced. So we've de-iced one of the 2 cars. It's underneath the carport at our apartment. The other one's out in the parking lot, iced over. I've been treating this bitch so good, she just assumes that if I decide to go to the store right while she's getting ready for work, listening to her Fergie, listening to Fergie, right? Underrated album, by the way, the first Fergie album. Underrated. Some good songs on there, fellas. I'll listen to that album. I will. I mean, I don't, but I would. I've listened to it in its entirety hundreds of times. That's what she played while she was getting in the mood to go to work every morning for quite some time, right? And I wasn't working at the time because I was going through whatever personal problems I was having. I was no longer able to work because I quit my job one morning. That's probably part of the reason she was starting to trip, but it's also because I was being too nice to her. Now, why was I being too nice? See, I think I was being, I'm just now figuring this out. I thought I was being too good to her because I want to be, really it was that I wasn't feeling so good about myself. I was probably becoming insecure, thinking, okay, I'm not working right now. So I probably wasn't feeling like I could just be mean to her because I knew she needed me to be mean to her at least some of the time. So I probably went a whole week without ever being mean to her in the moment. And it was probably actually because of how I was feeling. So she was like, well, wait a minute, something's wrong. Something's wrong. And she starts feeling some type of way based on I'm going through something, right? Because remember, I'm the dominant force. She's reacting to me, right? So now I got to slam this bitch on her head, metaphorically. So what I did was, I intentionally went to the store and timed it to where when she went downstairs to leave for work, she had to fucking do the ice scraping. Because I took the car that didn't need to be ice scraped, right? And I waited intentionally at the Walmart. You know, I did whatever little bit of shopping I needed to do. And I waited and came back, and it was taking her so fucking long that she hadn't left yet. And I pulled up, and fellas, the daggers she fucking stared at me. The look she gave me, man, if looks could kill, there would be no Benton channel. Right? She needs that, though. That's what a guy doesn't understand about a woman. She needs that some of the time. Whatever that feeling is, and that she needs to go through that. And if I'm not willing to provide it, she's going to get it somewhere. Right? Meanwhile, it's my own fault, you know, that it even got to that point. And then, by the way, everything was completely fine after that. So a guy who doesn't understand a woman will be like, oh my God, now we're in trouble. Now she's going to break up with me. Fear, fear, fear. Oh no, she went right back to my pimp hand was strong. By the way, I wasn't even working a job. And guess who managed the finances? I was still running the money, right? She was still turning over her paycheck to me. The fact that I didn't have a job had nothing to do with it. She wanted me to manage the finances. Right, because she didn't want to have to grow up enough. She wanted to be able to stay a little girl in that way, and that's just part of us. By the way, this is part of this idea of a submissive woman, right? They don't want to run the show financially. They don't want to do all of these things. They want you to do all of that, right? She doesn't want to have to think about it. She wants me to go. She wants to come up to me on her way to work. She's all ready for work, all dolled up to go off to the clinique counter. And she wants to kiss me. She wants to walk up and present her, and I'll kiss her on the cheek. She wants me to hand her a $10 bill, her allowance for the day, and give her a pack of Pall Malls and say, off you go. Have a good day, toots. Because we both know whatever amount of money she takes into the corner store on her way to work, she spends it. If she leaves the house with $100, she spends $100. If she leaves the house with $20, she spends $20. If she leaves the house with $10, she spends $10. And not including what the cigarettes cost, right? Well, we ain't got it in the budget for her to give half a pack of cigarettes away, and she's going to smoke a whole pack. That's 2 packs of cigarettes. We can't afford $10 a day for cigarettes, lady. So here's your pack of cigarettes. You get another one this time tomorrow morning, and every single time somebody tries to bum one, please understand that's one less you get to smoke. Because we ain't got it in the budget to buy 2 packs. Meanwhile, why aren't they buying their own cigarettes? And see, this is part of being a woman, is she never wanted to grow up enough so that I put all of this into her head, which is, hey, I understand you feel some type of way when you're smoking a cigarette and they come up bumming cigarettes. What you need to realize is you got entire classes of people who smoke as many cigarettes every single day as you, but never buy a cigarette. They've figured out a way to smoke for free. Here's what I'm telling you is, you get 20 cigarettes at 7 a.m. every morning. You don't get, or by the way, here's $10. Spend half of that on another pack of cigarettes and give the whole pack away for all I care. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what you do with the $10. Buy 2 packs and give them away. Don't care. Don't care. Here's your pack of cigarettes. Here's your $10. Do whatever you want to with them. Tear up the $10 in front of me. Go flush it down the toilet, and then run over the pack of cigarettes in the parking lot. But you're not getting another $10, and you're not getting another pack of cigarettes till this time tomorrow morning. That's what it is to be a pimp on some level. That's all a pimp is we're managing these broads' affairs to have access to her money. right? Or that's what the pimp's doing. The pimp is like, okay, I will manage her affairs in exchange for access to her finances. That's all that is. And I really did consider becoming a white pimp at a certain point because it's like, yeah, I see that I have an ability to do this for an attractive woman who will let me do this. But then after a while, it was like, well, now I'm on this spiritual shit. And I began to become aware of, wow, I'm putting about 25% of my mental, physical, and spiritual faculties every single day into managing one broad's affairs. Wow, what a drain. I'm letting her vampirically drain me, right? Why am I doing this, by the way? And is what I'm getting out of this worth it? And did I pass the loves? I think I did. Wait a minute. Did I pass my exit? I sure did. I sure did. I got to yakking so much we passed our exit. So bear with me. We got to turn this bitch around. Fortunately, it says it's only 3 miles to the love, so we just missed it. We just missed it. So good thing we left early, right? And I do miss an exit from time to time. And I know this about myself that and in fact, I reminded myself about 13 miles ago, I made a mental note that, hey, man, your exit's coming up. Don't miss it. But the human brain can't process negation, so I forgot. But that's all right. I'm going to pull over take a leak real quick. Except the road's so destroyed, there's not enough of a shoulder to pull onto. That's okay. We're still going to arrive over an hour early. Oh, wait a minute. Here's a wide spot. Here's a wide spot. So when you hear me say something like, when I see a woman, all I see is problems, when I mean, if I saw a woman that I might start saying, well, yeah, I could see myself with this particular woman, perhaps under the right circumstances, because I know I would be taking on all of these things I'm telling you about, because that's my value to her. And from her perspective, it's only ever going to be about what can I do for her, right? And the thing is, what am I getting out of this, but not at the level of having a conversation, or what is she pretending that she's going to provide for me, or what is she willing to fake long enough to have access to my resources? Well, number one, I was always careful not to have any motherfucking resources in the first place, right? I was working at a gas station when I met my ex-wife number two. I mean, think about that. I was almost 30 years old working at a gas station when we met. And no matter where they work, some guys pull women even when they're unemployed, right? Some guys pull women they just do, right? And I just barely meet that standard historically. I mean, just barely. Well, this happened to be a time in which I was learning all about intentionally utilizing techniques to increase how attracted the women who were predisposed to being attracted. I taught myself how to enhance her level of attraction in me, right? And attraction is not a choice. It's simply not. Now, here's where women are able to pretend to be attracted to someone like VC. And if VC, right, if VC with his high income and all of these things doesn't realize that he's making a target of himself, meanwhile, working at a gas station, I'm not making a target. I'm doing the opposite of making a target of myself. I'm actually filtering out the gold diggers. See, the gold diggers are eliminated solely based on I'm at a gas station behind a counter. VC, if you're listening. So VC doesn't understand. Not only is he not, and he might by now, but I guarantee you, initially VC failed to understand that he was doing the opposite. Not only is he not filtering out the gold diggers, he's uh, he's actually attracting them because of his high level of education and his potential to earn a high income. But like he's seen, uh, whoever will employ him at $250,000 will happily lay him off the minute it suits them. There's absolutely no loyalty, and there can't be any loyalty. It's just not possible. But at least the woman understands that the potential is there for 250,000. When I'm at the gas station, it's a bridge too far. I don't even have to pretend like I have an earning potential. No, I have the potential to show up every day and do a job. Which, by the way, in Hot Springs, Arkansas, back then and even now, but I'm out competing a lot of the guys just because I can show up and not go to jail and do a job, right? Like that's, to her growing up in the middle of nowhere, living on a chicken farm, literally working on child labor, right? To her, he has a job. It doesn't go any farther than what kind of job is it? It doesn't get to, well, how much does he make? It's just like, yeah, he works full time and I work and we can pay the bills, right? We can pay rent. We can keep the utilities on, right? So I do have an advantage being from Arkansas, right? It's like, yeah, I'm from a very impoverished area, right? It's like, yeah, these people don't, it's just a completely different ballgame in a way. Damn, this is 7 miles to Baytown. The Loves is in Baytown. Yeah, I passed the whole fucking town. There's Popo. Looks like they're about to go bust somebody. Hanging out early in the morning on a Sunday. Or they're just bored, but yeah, maybe they're just hanging out with nothing to do. Started to look like a bust, but then I saw their body language. Now they're definitely not on the way to go bust anybody. Oh shit. Hang on. Sometimes they do so much construction that the roads get redesigned, and sometimes the GPS doesn't know the new configuration yet. Had to make a bit of a wide turn to avoid the curb. Thinks I'm on the interstate. Okay. So realistically, when I look at VC's problems with women, it's because he's not able to filter out the gold digger. He doesn't have a process for making sure that he doesn't accidentally end up with a woman who will just pretend to like him as a person and pretend to be attracted to him in order to have access to his resources. And even worse, he may not actually be attracting any women. I don't know because I don't know him. It's possible, which is even worse because then he's got no hope whatsoever of ending up, with a woman, who would otherwise like him or whatever. And, even have the ability to have a sexual compatibility, right? Because even if you can put it down in the bedroom, there still needs to be a sexual compatibility, right? So that has to be like what I like has to be what she likes, not what the last dude showed her, and now she decides now she likes that. And they're a little more malleable than us, and we're pretty simple. So what's the difference, right? Here's the loves. How do I get into the loves is the question. It's like straight ahead. And since people are followers, I've just got just a gigantic group of people behind me at all times because most people are followers. Most people, followers. So at almost, even though it's early on a Sunday morning, almost every time I look in this mirror, I need to make a turn. I'm in an unfamiliar area. It's like, where is the entrance to the truck stop? I look in the mirror, just gigantic groups of cars back there, just wanting to be led, right? Wanting to be led. I guess I got to get fuel while I'm here too, huh? Anyway, we're going to go on break. I'm going to go in here and grab my Amazon packages, and that's a whole nother story I haven't told yet. And I guess I'll fuel the rig, and we'll be back. Oh yeah, I got to plug in the phone too. 23% battery, unacceptable. Oh, and I don't know what comments are being typed in, but as I say all of this, another thing about the fellas is the fellas don't realize that whatever a woman says out of her mouth in response to what I'm saying is completely irrelevant. Like it has no meaning other than it can lead a guy down a wrong path if he's dumb enough to listen to it, right? So if I speak this way from a male perspective and I'm only addressing men, if women hear it, whatever they say out of their own mouth is completely irrelevant and has no meaning whatsoever. But many guys will mistakenly allow that to mislead them, right? But it might as well be Charlie Brown's teacher. Just whatever they respond with when I talk this way, just convert it in your mind to wah, 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 wah. Because the content of the words will be something that's not at all consistent with reality, right? So it's just, so when I'm talking about, under the right circumstances, she's still going to trip and fall on some dick. Well, they're going to say some words, but the words are going to be wah, 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 because she's still going to trip and fall on some dick. But she's going to say words to make it seem like, well, yeah, other girls trip and fall on dick, but I don't trip and fall on dick. Right. But yeah, she does. Absolutely, she does. 100% of the time, she does. If the right circumstances are present. But then, when faced with the reality in a vacuum at the level of logic, now here comes the wah, 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 wah. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't mean anything because I know and you know if the circumstances and the planets align, you're going to fall on some dick. So I understand that you're going wah, 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 but so what? Right. And that's a big part of a man trying to deal with a woman is to understand, yes, I hear what you're saying, and I'm putting it in this proper context of wah, 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 wah. But I don't need to tell her that. Right? It's just like, okay, bitch. Anyway, I'll be back. I think we're back. All the way back. Check the audio setting. We're back. What up, John Wayne? Oh, definitely your grandma, John Wayne, 100%. Your mama, your sisters, your daughters, if you got daughters, 100% of them. Yep. Hate to break it to you. That's how it is, Bubba. Might as well accept it. How the hell do I get out of here now? It's a question. Oh, okay. I see. I see what to do. And you'll be happy to know that my Amazon packages, I was confused as to why they told me Saturday they'd be delivered today, but then later they were saying Sunday. It was one of the items, and it was an item I ordered later separately that is not going to make it till tomorrow. So I got most of what I ordered just now. So you'll be happy to know. Perhaps you'll be happy to know. Well, and see, by the way, this notion of sugar and spice and everything nice, men created all of that. You know, this idea of romance, men created that, right? This idea of wanting to view women in very specific ways. Like they did not come up with any of that. Now, of course, they're going to take advantage of it. If men are dumb enough to let them, of course they are, right? And then, of course, you know, there is a version of just being awed by beauty, but then the fact is that's probably not a thing like it used to be. Now, women are still very beautiful, of course, but society, Moloch's machine, when I was younger, there was more of a propensity to, you know, allow a space for women to express their femininity, right? In a wholesome, you know, wholesome, naturally beautiful type of way. And now what do we see? It's, you know, body shaping, right? BBLs, you know, they're hitting the gym, which that's okay. I mean, yeah, some of that's better in a way, some of it, but, you know, they're hitting the gym. Hold on, something's wrong here. Hang on. My GPS is tripping. Yeah, it's still fucked up. Am I going the wrong way again? Okay, never mind. Everything's good. So, you know, this idea of competing and sort of, you know, and see, it's one thing to talk about the feminization of men, right? You can't feminize a man, right? What the system has done is it's preventing males from passing into manhood at all, and then it's punishing them when they exhibit anything that's traditionally stereotypically masculine. So it's not a feminization, it's a lack of masculinity, right? Because the fact is, if I were to go behave in ways that you might say are feminine, I would still, I could still do that and still have masculine characteristics in the short term. What we're talking about is people who don't seem masculine, not because they're feminine, right? Because that's an insult to women, if you ask me. It's because they specifically lack masculinity. Same thing with the women. They're not becoming aggressive and assertive and dominant like men. They are lacking femininity, right? In a lot of cases. So that's what I mean by the natural beauty. When I was 13, 14, 15, 16, you know, into my early adulthood, it was the femininity, right, was there still. So it's not that the women are, so when you see men And these red pill and the manosphere is like, oh, the masculine women. No, they're not masculine women. They lack femininity, which part of that is whose fault is that? I blame us, fellas, because the fellas are no longer providing them with the space to express in a feminine way. And then they are susceptible, and so are males, but they're even more susceptible, arguably, to all of this. You can have it all, go out here, get a career, boss babe, and all this bullshit, right? They tend to fall for that even more than men fall, even more than males fall for stuff. But increasingly, males are also, when the male lacks masculinity, he falls for all the same bullshit. And what I say is, at least the women are still women. The women are still closer to what a woman has been historically than a male is to what a man's been historically. The males are the ones that are farther away from what we've been, right? Women are still, by and large, doing what they've done and increasingly taking on male roles, right? So when I meet, like, let's, for example, it's now I hit a gigantic pothole. Now I'm trying to see, did it fuck up the suspension, and now the truck's driving weird, or is it just my imagination, or both? That's your greatest country of all time. The height of all human civilization, driving hundreds of thousands of dollars of big rig equipment just from pothole to pothole to pothole, right? Gigantic pothole just perfectly placed in the road to get one of my tires. My one of my two steer tires. Kablam! Take that, buddy. Anyway, so like what I see VC trying to do, really, he's attempting to do a thing that historically has been done, but that's not really a thing anymore. The idea of the man, inhabiting his manhood. He's married to a woman. She's fully in. Yeah, it's fucked up. It's the truck's driving weird now. That's over, man. For the most part. Now, if you turn yourself into a cartoonish, because a lot of what I'm describing is sort of taking what was naturally present within me at the level of my masculinity, and then intentionally magnifying it, and it starts to become cartoonish, or almost like a caricature of itself, right? So what will end up happening is a man who's on HRT and a gym bro and doing all of these things to be a man, almost like that's your Halloween costume, and then to end up with a woman who's doing her own version of that same thing, right? So it's like whatever tattooed basketball player, one of the Kardashians is dating. It turns into a version of that, right? But who wants that? Like, I don't want that. But then what women do, and it's not their fault. Like, again, it's the psychological warfare and all of this of the woman will always listen to the man's bullshit, and then she will always have her own sort of counter bullshit. So females will just spin a bunch of things if the man's dumb enough to listen to it, right? And that will just, so Vizia will be the type to, he wants to go out here and tell people, and he wants to go out here and have a conversation, and a woman who wants to get access to his resources will happily listen to his bullshit over dinner or whatever, and then, oh, well, I'm not that way, and I'm sorry that happened to you, and whatever she'll be able to tell in the moment whatever line of bullshit to give to him so that he will be willing to give access to his resources. Well, Benton, I avoided all of that by never having resources, number one. Number two, my submissive, feminine second wife, I never spent a dime on her until we'd been dating for 6 months. I didn't pay for a dinner. I didn't buy her a drink. I spent $0 on her. $0. And women will tell you why this is unacceptable. Men will tell you why this can't ever happen. All I'm here to tell you is that whatever I choose to do happens. If I choose to find an attractive, submissive woman and not spend a dime on her for 6 months, I absolutely am able to do that. And then people can have their opinions about what that would look like or what that would entail. That's fine. Who cares? It entails my dick going into her vagina at some point. So who gives a fuck? Right? And by the way, within 3 days, this is how old my material is. I was arguing with people over the internet with something called the 3-date rule because males were arguing with me when I said, listen, if she don't fuck you by the end of the 3rd date, move on to the next broad. This one doesn't want you in the bedroom. If she's willing to let you continue to take her on dates and you might be getting some puss somewhere else, she's proving that she don't see you as a sexual person, right? Meanwhile, while understanding that women, if she doesn't see you as a relationship, back then she's probably more inclined to fuck you right away. Versus if she thinks, okay, here's a guy that I'm attracted to, and I might want to be in a relationship with him, except, you know, now I don't want to come across as easy, right? So then it might be, she might be so much in the process of showing me that she's not easy. And then I'm like, hey, it's 3 dates in. Why isn't she giving me a piece? You know, I straight up had to tell number 2. I just basically was like, hey, you know, I understand that there's some women who they'll be dating one guy and they'll be seeing him as a relationship. But then, you know, some other guy that she knows they're never going to have a relationship, she'll just bang him right away. And I said, you know, I know that I can't ever make sure that I'm the guy that she bangs right away. All I control is the fact that I'm not going to continue to see a woman who's not fucking me. Right. Surprise, surprise. We had sex that night for the first time. Just like I'm basically telling her, if you don't fuck me tonight, I'm not taking you on another date. Right. That's more or less what I was saying to her. Like, hey, if I'm not getting what I'm after, why would I keep taking you on dates? It's more or less what I was telling her. Which is true. Why would I keep taking her on dates if she's not going to give me what I want? Meanwhile, I'm 100% certain there's other women that want me to take them on dates. And I'm 100% certain there's other women that want to sleep with me. So why am I going to let this particular one run the show? It doesn't make any sense. The fact that I like her, so what? Do you think I don't like the other ones too? Who cares? Yeah, this particular one, I suspect, might end up being the one I would choose over these other ones. So what? Not if she's not willing to go along with my program. If she's not willing to go along with my program, we can't have a relationship. There's no possibility of a relationship under those circumstances. And now the truck's making all kind of weird noise from where we hit that big pothole. Gotta love that. Kablam. But the problem for somebody like Vizia is he's so educated that he will always think he can have these conversations with her and get on the same page. Yeah, you can. That's what's bad. You can have a conversation, get on the same page. Guess what, Vizia? She always goes right back to what she's going to do anyway. She makes her decisions with her feelings. In the context of a romantic relationship, she's only ever acting on her feelings no matter what she says out of her mouth. I don't care what she says. And when it comes to dating and relationships, nothing will ever be as important to her other than perhaps her children. It's her feelings. It's how she feels, period. Doesn't matter. So I used to do this thing where we had all these fucking confabs and we had all these goddamn talks and I gave fucking lectures. And eventually I finally accepted she's going to do whatever the fuck she's going to do. And yeah, Benton, you do like to give a lecture, but you don't have to lecture her. Like, Especially once I discovered podcasts, it was like, oh, you mean I could just give lectures and there's people that want to hear the lectures? Great. And then it was like, okay, I already see that this is actually counterproductive, and she gets the ick when I give her a fucking lecture anyway. Let's just skip the motherfucking lectures. And that was only like halfway through the 10 years. So we went, after that, no more lectures. I would just make fun of it. I would sometimes I'd say to her, well, here's where in the old, here's where in the old days I'd be giving you a lecture now. Aren't you glad we're not doing that anymore? Right? I'd make a joke out of it. Who cares? Who cares? Because she's basically sitting there like looking at me like, I wish this motherfucker would shut up so we can get back to what we like to do. I got to listen to this fool again. Good Lord. And that's only predicated on I was doing enough of the things that she needed, that she was willing to sit there and listen to my foolishness. Right? Just skip the foolishness. It's not necessary. It's counterproductive. It's a bad sign. You cannot lecture your way into anything in a relationship with a woman. It's not possible. It can't. Yeah, she'll play along. Sure, it's not necessary. Just shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I used to catch myself. I would just stop talking sometimes. I would just realize what I was doing, and I just stopped talking. It's like, what? Why am I even saying this? What is this? And then how much of that is, the patterns from observing my own parents, right? Growing up watching my dad, who loved to just loop and repeat himself and give lectures. It's like, so in some ways I was modeling what I was taught, but it's like, just shut up, dude. Just shut the fuck up. I make fun of it. Eventually I just start making fun of it. Who cares? She's going to do what she's going to do. Like, yeah, I can sit her down and we can get on the same page. And then, like a football team, we can break the huddle and then she's just going to go off and do whatever she's going to do anyway. Right? Like, why? What's this whole drawing up a play and all of this? But then part of that is, sometimes you do need to have a meeting, which is like, hey, like, this is what we're doing with the finances. And then surprise, she's still going to try to get her way. She's still going to test to make sure, are you going to actually insist on a certain budgeting and, are you still going to give in when she asks for this, that, and the other? Once she knows you're never going to give in, she's going to stop asking, right? Like a child. She's no longer going to ask. My coworkers at Outback used to get mad at me because sometimes she would leave work earlier than me at Olive Garden and come over and hand me her money that she made in front of everybody. And some of them chicks, it burned them up, man. They hated it. One of them tried to talk to me about it. I was just basically like, yeah, that's fine. That's your opinion. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm not dating you, so what's the fucking difference? I just laughed at her. Like, whatever. Who cares? None of your business. But then that was, again, before I realized that in order to view myself in some type of way based on my own ego or whatever, my own self-image, I was farming out. I was actually managing the affairs of a grown adult because they didn't want to grow up all the way, right? Because her finances were just, for that first, we were dating 6 months, and she lost her job because she was so wanting to see me that half the time she couldn't go to work. Because if I wasn't working that day, or if maybe I was working nights or whatever, she would call in sick because she wanted to spend the day with me, right? And my thing was like, this is a grown woman. I'm not involved in her finances. But so when we finally did become exclusive and, started living together and all this. Now I'm realizing like, wow, and I moved in with her and it's like, wow, the fucking, you know, she owes however much to the gas company and however much to the electric. Every bill is as far behind as it possibly could be, right? It's like, what the fuck is this? Who am I with here? Anyway, 8.9 miles, 22 minutes. How does that work? It seems like a lot of time for not very many miles. Be interested to see how that shakes out. We're entering Houston now. See, now I'm tempted to think, I'm inclined to keep living in this truck and make no mistake. I mean, I am driving the truck and earning money, but the primary thing I'm doing is living in a motherfucking truck. That's the main thing I'm doing here. So I'm realizing now I'm close enough to Dallas with no work assignment. I could just drive this motherfucker to the yard on a Sunday morning, and the pay period starts tomorrow. And then they'll either just keep my last check. Some companies will just keep the last check under some pretense, right? And then, if I go through the labor board, they'll pay me because they have to, right? And then some of them will just, because of their own reputation, they don't want the word to get out. They'll just pay me anyway, which probably this company would just pay me, most likely. And yeah. I'm trying to think, is that 2 weeks? Or that'd be one more, because I wouldn't work the next week. So that means Friday I would get paid for what I did this week. Yeah, that's what that'd be. I don't know. It's tempting in a way. But then it's like, okay, where do I put my physical body at that point? Right? Like, where does the body go if we're going to not put it into this big rig every night and every day, right? Summer's coming up. It's going to be hot. That means probably going to have to go back to the West Coast. Going to have to pay for motels until at least 10 more days or whatever. Actually, about a week. So a week in a motel financially is not going to be a big deal. That's pretty much neither here nor there, because it's close enough to when I can be a week and a couple of days, I guess, and then I can renew my license. And if I decide to, hell, I might just get rid of the car. But I guess the car, it'd be worth the tags just to be worth all of that just to drive it out west, I guess, assuming it'll make it, and it probably will. Oh, wait, now we're in the wrong lane. And so what's funny is, when I talk this way about dating and relationships, it's actually productive. And if it seems like woman bashing, it's actually the opposite. It's no, we're just going to pragmatically just accept them, to take them like I find them. It's like, yeah, this is how they are. This is how they're supposed to be. And there's nothing wrong with it. Right. Is it really? And again, I'm not promoting an idea, because I'm not talking about, that I'm married and my wife fucked another dude. I'm saying, accepting that any woman, given the right circumstances, will absolutely have sex with a particular man. That's just how they are. Guess what? So will you with a woman. Can you really expect it to be one way for you? But they're different. They won't spread them. They won't spread their legs for a man under a certain circumstances. Of course they will. That's her nature. That's how people get here, by the way. We all got here because a woman spread her legs for a man. So now one of the most basic things, all of a sudden, we got to treat it like it's, oh, the horror. What, you mean because somebody did the most basic thing that's how we get here? So outside of breathing air, drinking water, and eating food, taking a shit and taking a piss, a woman spread her legs and a man stuck his erection in her, and I'm gonna act like this is just fucking the greatest betrayal of all time. It's not. It's not. Now, if she thinks she's gonna submit to other dudes sexually in a very symbolic way and remain my woman, well, good luck with that, lady. That's probably a non-starter. But by the way, that's what's going to keep her from possibly falling on some dick after she trips, or realizing, oh fuck, I tripped and fell on some dick, and then asking herself, well, did I like it enough that I'm going to go back for more from that same dude? And then if not, don't tell Benton. I don't want to know. And furthermore, if I tell Benton, he probably is going to drop us. He probably will break up with us, most likely. Or I'll at least make sure she doesn't know. Maybe I won't, but she doesn't know that. Either way, it's going to redefine the terms of our relationship, certainly. I will use that as a way to sort of, now you're opening up the negotiations in a way. It's like, okay, I see the chance. Oh, we missed the exit. Fuck. Houston is confusing. I'm not even going to put this down to, I won't even put that down to talking. I'm going to put that down to just Houston is confusing in general. So we've missed the exit. Another reason to leave early, by the way. I don't think we've added too much to the journey, though. It looks like we can take the next exit and get turned around. Now, that's just Houston. I remember being a rookie with Snyder, and it was just 5 miles, going as slow as I physically could while staring at the fucking Qualcomm GPS, trying to figure out which of the spaghetti of roads do they want me to take here. Like, it's bad. Houston's probably the worst, honestly. Like, no bullshit. So I'm not even chalking that one up to missing the loves. We can chalk up to paying a little too much attention to running my app. This one I'm going to chalk up to Houston's confusing, especially when you can't. Oh, no trucks in U-turn. That's what I suspected. See, the GPS is telling me to do a U-turn, but I already suspected that I couldn't make the U-turn with the big rig. Well, I probably could, but we're not going to do it since it's posted. Because even focusing, I probably carried a little too much speed into that turn, and it was like just this unexpected. It's like you're taking, to a truck driver, I think I'm taking the exit. I don't realize I'm taking the first exit, and I have to immediately take the second exit. Like it's hard to have that frame of reference for that, if that makes sense. Now we're into some fairly serious slow speed, wide, tight turn with a wide turning vehicle. So bear with me a moment. This is our forte, though. This is versus somebody else with my level of experience. I'll put my ability with the tight turns up against anybody's. My backing, no, not so much. But yeah, tight turns, absolutely. Hell, I remember there's been a couple times I've gone to deliver a load or what. No issue, sir. Now I'm not even sure which highway I'm supposed to be on. Yeah, we got to get over and not have a wreck. from somebody that probably wants me to hit them, by the way. And still don't know if I'm, again, with the spaghetti of roads, I'm not even 100% that I'm on the right road. Like, that's how bad. If I showed you what I was looking at on the GPS, you'd be like, that's fucking insane. And it is. And whoever behind me don't like it, fuck them. I don't give a fuck. I already missed my turn once. I'm not missing it again. I'm going to go however slow I got to go, buddy. If you don't like it, too bad. Wow. I don't know what that guy hit, but he hit something. Yeah, people just crashed into each other. Just straight up crashed. Wow, that was nuts. Boom. Somebody merging. Lane ended. Wow. That one actually quickened the old pulse because it was so close to me. I didn't know if I was hit or not. Like at first you're like, wait a minute. Did they hit me? But nope. That was about as close as a wreck could occur to this big rig without me being involved in it. Dude. And like I say, man, it takes a lot to get my pulse quickened, but we've a little bit of an adrenaline dump and quickening of the pulse. But that was a good one, man. That was a full speed fucking smack. Like highway speeds. And that's, by the way, the reminder of this is serious fucking business, man. This ain't no joke. People like to drive like it is, you know, like it's just a fucking joke, but it's not. Ain't no joke out here. Ain't no joke out here. And remember, if society wanted to, from day one, they could have designed smartphones where the motherfucker just will not work when you're driving, right? But it's not designed that way now, is it? Could be, though. Now I'm being followed, which is kind of strange. So did they actually hit me and now somebody's following me to tell me? I don't know. Hard to say. They're right on my ass, though, unnecessarily. It's kind of bizarre. But we're about to find out. More popo. Oh, giving somebody a field sobriety. No, I guess they're not trying to chase me down. And certainly the sight of the cops giving somebody a field sobriety would chill them out, I would imagine. Or is this them riding beside me? I'm confused. Now, is that the same car? I don't let people follow me. And then some, you never know who saw it and thinks I was involved. Oh, that trucker, he's trying to leave the scene. It's like, no, I was there. I had nothing to do with it. I don't know what the fuck happened. Didn't see it. Heard it. Looked in my mirror and saw one of the two vehicles. They might have hit. I was looking back to see what they hit. I was like, did they hit a wall? Like, what the fuck did they hit? It looks like, it's based on the sounds, I think they hit another car. I think one car hit another car, I think. And then maybe the one car did not have its lights on, maybe getting onto the interstate and just got plowed into, maybe. Hard to say, man. Hard to say. I know I'm going to check the trailer just in case. I didn't feel nothing, but I heard it. I don't know if y'all heard it through the noise canceling or not, but that was loud as fuck. Is this even a road? This don't even look like a road they got me turning down. What the fuck? Yeah. The thing about truck driving, man, is you can't just drive one of these motherfuckers into everywhere. Sometimes we drive in and can't we can't drive out. Hmm. See, I could pull in there and just wait if I wanted to. Thought about it. So I tried to scout out where I'm delivering to, but I couldn't tell too much, except it's not really, some of these facilities aren't really set up to facilitate a 50, a full size big rig delivering, but we still deliver to those places sometimes. And this is one of those. They have docks though, but it's like looking at the layout, it's like this really ain't enough room for what I'm finna do. Which I kind of want to stop on the road and go scout it out before I pull in. That might happen. And just it's awesome. And again, we talk about the unreality and the delusion. No matter how dead an area is, if I'm almost to the area I'm going to deliver, it's almost a certainty that someone will appear out of nowhere and start being just right behind me. And then it's like, okay, I know if I slow down and start driving some type of way, I can usually maneuver them to go around me. But left to their own devices, they'll just stay behind me. It's just a very strange aspect of the realm that I've noticed over time. Just like the other day when I got to the Walmart that I wasn't quite sure how to pull in there to park to go shopping, and took a 2-hour break just in case my clock needed it. And then like it was totally dead and the store wasn't even open yet. But then like as soon as I got there, there was just like 8 cars out of nowhere just on top of me. And I was just like, bro, you'll never convince me this is fucking real. Like it's just not real. All right, I'm gonna get out on foot. So I'll be right back, hopefully. And check the rig out while we're gone, but BRB.
All right.
Maybe. Hello, mic check. Yeah, we're back. Yeah, I can't sit on this road, and let me see what happens if I keep going. Let me take a look at satellite view. Since it's Sunday, there's got to be somewhere around here I can just pull into a parking lot. Or at least if I drive out of this area, just got to make sure there's roads where I can get the fuck out of here. But yeah. So there's no cars out here. As soon as I get to where I'm, need to scope out to see if I can turn, a car came. And then the moment I start to look in my mirror to start driving, there's just a car back there. It's like, dude, this can't be real, man. It's completely dead. There's nothing happening out here. It's just totally dead. You'll never convince me that this is real, man, based on what I see out here. But yeah, I can't turn into the actual place because there's just a bunch of locked gates. And if they don't open those gates today, because yeah, I understand I was told to deliver on Sunday, but I have no way of knowing. For all I know, they're like, oh, we don't work on Sundays. What are you talking about? Right? Like I've been told to deliver to places like, your appointment's 5, it's like 3 p.m. on a Friday or whatever. I show up 3 p.m. on a Friday. They're like, oh yeah, we don't unload that. We don't do any of that till Monday. So I had to just stay there, in that town all weekend. So the fact that they told me my appointment is 6 a.m. today, that means nothing to me. So I'm not going to just trust that to park on that side street and then just trust that they're going to open those gates today. We're not playing that game. Oh shit! Get rid of my banner here. Yeah, we ain't playing that game. Now, can I bust a Yui up here is the question. This might be a big enough. No. So I don't want to get into randomly. I try to avoid the random driving around as much as possible. So which way? I think I just want to go back to where I was. So hang on. Because there was somewhere on that same street that looked like I could pull in. Yeah. There we go. Which way does it want me to go is the question. Right or left? Okay, it's telling me to go right. As long as nobody snuck up on us, we can back up. We'll just play the odds that nobody's back there sneaking up on us that we're backing into. The fun of truck driving. I have to back up to even make this tight ass turn. But we got it. We got it. It's a tight one though. Yes, sir. And I can't really see my trailer too good, but yeah, we missed it. Good deal. As you can tell, it's such a tight turn. So many trucks come through here. They've torn the fuck up out of that curb and the little area, that's closest to the road. It's all tore up. It's been ran over a bazillion times. I didn't run over it though. No, sirree, Bob. There's a little side road, maybe. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. Gigantic potholes. Oh, that would have worked. Oh, well. Yeah, this is usually you can't just randomly pull into a place that's a business with a big rig. But since it's Sunday morning and nothing's happening, a lot more opportunities to post up somewhere and wait. And that's what I suspected is that nobody would be there till 6. It says the place is 24 hours, some kind of courier company, I think. Something along those lines. Now, what's this? A shopping center? A Whole Foods? Shit. Maybe I'll go to Whole Foods after I get unloaded. I'm trying to see if I can drive up into the Whole Foods parking lot here. Nah, probably not. I mean, I could, but I'm not gonna do that. All right, hold on. Let me see where it's taking us. Okay, I see what it's doing. It's making a big block. Making a block. Yeah, that wreck, man, that was a trip, dude. People, man. And I didn't have nothing to do with it, but, you know, I was in that lane and I was focused on, I'm watching my GPS like a hawk and I'm not missing any more turns. And, you know, I didn't do anything wrong, but it's like I was also less aware. It was kind of like, this is just, I have the right of way. This is my lane. And I know that I was in the proper lane, but like, the lanes start ending at a certain point. And I think somebody just did not get the memo and somehow found somebody to crash into. Unless they just hit a fucking, you never know. Maybe there was something in the road and I just didn't see it. I don't know what the fuck happened. I know that I was in the farthest of the right lanes because one of the lanes was ending and I was in the lane. But then the guy, whoever crashed, it was like to the right of me in that open space. So it technically happened in my lane, technically, which is kind of crazy. Whatever it was, couldn't really see. I know at least one car, but it looked like probably two. And maybe one of them did not have its lights on, but I'm not exactly sure on that. But yeah, here's somebody's car getting towed. They've already been, whoever that was that they gave the field sobriety to, they're already arrested because I've looped all the way back around to where we were. So the tow trucks are here to take their car away, and they're on their way to jail. Supposedly, there's just some judge that wears these funky suits or whatever, kind of a little pipsqueak guy, and that's in Houston. And he says that's like the whatever county, it's the most people that get run over and killed, or the most drunk driving deaths, or something like that. I forget what he says, but apparently drunk driving's a big fucking deal around these parts. I put my flashers on because Lord knows with seeing lights coming up behind me, it's 3 lanes, but they'll just tuck right on in behind me. We already know that. But yeah, I'm gonna turn up here. It's the same way I came before. I'm gonna go to that little. I spot a place on the way in where I can fit my rig in there and just wait for 6 o'clock instead of sitting on the road. Although I guess if I don't go quite so close to the place, I could probably just sit on the main road. Now that I think about it. We'll see. Play it by ear. Whatever I feel like doing. This would be a pain in the ass during the daytime when there's a lot of traffic, though, trying to make this wide ass turn on off a 3 lane. All right. Aha, this is the place. Okay. This one on the left looks a little easier to pull into, but I see a truck down there, so they might actually be open. I don't know what he's doing. Unless he's just turning around. Might be doing what I'm doing. Oh, that gate's halfway closed. Okay, I'm not gonna fuck with that. I didn't see that before. Their gate's open, but like half the gate's closed. So I'm gonna take that as a sign not to pull in. I'm just gonna sit around and chill. I think it's a fire hydrant, but I'm not blocking any entrances or exits. It's Sunday morning. And a lot of this is just, in case the authorities are like, "Hey, bro, what the fuck are you doing?" Having some sort of like, yeah, well, I wouldn't obviously wouldn't do this during business hours, but it's Sunday morning. There's, as you can see, there's nothing happening, and there's two lanes in each direction. I'm blocking one of them with my flashers on. And I guess I can put the triangles out, but I don't know that it's going to come to that. So I guess if you're going to give me a ticket, I guess go ahead. Whatever. I'm damn sure not pulling into that place down there and waiting for Monday for them to open that gate, because I can't prove they're going to be there today. I guess I'll keep working. I don't know. I'm half tempted to head for Dallas. And they might be sending me there anyway. That'd be funny to be halfway there to quit. And they're like, "Yeah, deadhead to the Dallas yard and hook up to this trailer." I'd be like, "Damn, I was on my way to quit, but all right. I guess I'll keep fucking working." It'd be a trip. I guess I'm gonna have some apricots. Think about that. Ooh, I don't know, man. I'm thinking I might have eggs. Yeah, I think it's early egg time. I think I'm going early egg time. Yeah, buddy. Round 2 of the eggs. And I'll run my yap while I'm doing that if y'all want to. And I'm just not set up to really be able to video anything, or I'd show you, but I don't have any of used to have a little more equipment for doing video in the truck back in the old days, but it's no longer the case. Oh, that's right. Amazon packages. Let's see. What do we got here? We got some $10 earbuds. I think that's what this is. Envelope. Yeah, $10 earbuds. Tozo E2s. Wireless earbuds. It'd be funny if this was a Monday delivery, because another guy with my company was picked up a load coming to Houston also. And I would assume we're getting, although I guess he could have a later time, He'd have a later time. Oh, I ordered the wrong Dr. Bronner's, but that's all right. I thought I was ordering peppermint. Turns out I ordered hemp baby unscented instead of peppermint. But, it'll be all right. I got another 500 capsules of taurine and some yerba mate factor yerba mate. Oh, that's right. I'm going to have some of that right now. It's going to be delicious. Delicious. And we ordered some more reishi mushroom capsules, but those aren't going to be here till tomorrow. And probably I won't be here to get those. So those will eventually get returned to Amazon. I guess we'll keep working, man, but it's tempting. If I'm unloaded and they still haven't told me what to do, of course, then I'll be, halfway there and they'll be telling me what to go do. And in truck driving, you're better off not quitting under a load, which is, you would think would mean while pulling a load or whatever, but the industry will take that to mean that they've told you to go pick up a load. And it's like, yeah, but what if I was about to quit, So then it's like, do I have to schedule home time just to quit, And that's really what used to burn me up with ART transportation. Like, I kept having to put the truck in the shop and they were wanting to they kept trying to sign me loads. And I was just like, look, man, I'm not a fan of this. Like, it's just stressful enough. At that time, since I was improperly identified, and I said, this is stressful enough dealing with putting this truck in the shop and waiting around for it to get fixed. And I understand that Penske said it would be done, most likely be done by a certain time, but there's no guarantee. And now y'all are trying to have me go pick loads up. It's like the fucking truck's in the shop. What is this? I'm not down. I'm not down for this. Knock it off. Uh-oh. Was that the wind? It's funny though, just having the thought of, I need to make sure I'm taking care of my physical security. But the reality is at this time of the morning, like criminals are asleep generally at 5:20 a.m. or whatever time it is. All right, I guess I got to get to work here. Actually, I guess I'm gonna let y'all go because by the time I get all this done, it's gonna be time to go see if they're open yet. So, all right, we're out. Thanks for watching. Bye.